Are we live yet?
Rantcast! Rantcast! All right, we're finally live on the Rantcast podcast on twitch.tv/the Rantcast podcast. I'm your host, Kurgan. I've got, I got the StrangeBus with me. He's like, are we going to ever start? Yes. The answer is
That was
yes.
like coincidentally funny because I had been lying in the same position for like 5 minutes. I was like, what
I
the
should have
fuck?
I should have told you, hey, listen, the theme music is like 4 minutes long, so you're going to be laying there for a second. All right. Yeah, I can get you on screen here. All right.
Okay. Hold on. I still have time to do my bit. Okay. Wait. Okay.
Okay. We'll just start it right here.
Wait. Okay.
All right.
All right. Let me know when you're ready.
Redcast.
Redcast.
So,
Redcast.
so much shit.
You haven't
Redcast.
seen the Redcast yet. We're doing it live right now. It's the Redcast Podcast. Whoa!
Woo!
Woo! Whoa! Woo! Woo! I can't go any louder because I'm in a hotel, so you're gonna have to
All
deal with
right.
that. But
Yeah, I'm gonna get you thrown out.
definitely gonna get me thrown out.
Yep. Oh man. Well, we are live on the Rantcast podcast. Music created with the assistance of AI from Suno.com, put together by this guy right here. 2025. This is episode 85. EA Sports. It's in your can.
It's in your ass.
All right. So before we introduce our topics, should we do our customary check-in? How you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. I can unhook my tablet here because I'm on my iPad. I'm in a beautiful but halfway destroyed Best Western.
Oh, not the Overlook
So
Hotel where you've always been the caretaker.
no, no.
Oh,
But I
thank
did get
goodness.
recommended to a Shell gas station for food, even though it was like a bagillion restaurants,
Oh,
and there were
dang.
dudes like dealing drugs over there, and it was very iffy.
If you order the hot
Oh,
dogs that are rolling around, they're like, "You fed? What?
oh, there were
Nobody
no
eats
hot
those."
dogs with the Shell.
Oh, dang.
The Shell had like it was like the size of I don't know, like it was half the size of a gas station. It was like very tiny. There
Oh,
was
those
almost
little.
nothing in it,
Yeah,
and
really
the
is a
cashier was not at the front.
really
He was
is
not
a
at the front. There's like three
shell of a
dudes in the
station.
middle, and they were all like doing something. They were like exchanging stuff. And I went in to grab a rain, and I turn around and they look at me, and there's no cashier there. I was like, fuck it, I'm out. I just left. I
Well,
was like, nope.
glad you made it out alive. Scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
So
book 'em, Dano.
I ordered food.
Yeah, Dano said the same thing. It was a shell of a gas station.
Yes.
It really was.
Sorry, I don't have access to chat, guys. I'm riding my phone's hotspot. I am literally on the thinnest of internet today because the Shell says, or not the Shell, the Best Western says there's Wi-Fi, but when I connect to it, I get nothing. So
Yeah. Man,
luckily, I have good service.
I can remember traveling with my dad when I was little and thinking like the Best Western was like the primo of all hotels.
It's actually not supposed to be bad. I've been told this one's not bad at all. It's got modern amenities and everything. It's just the nightlife isn't great, I'm guessing. It's by the airport here, so
Sketchville.
yeah, just a little sketch. Other than that, it's by the airport. And there's like a bagillion places nearby. Like, so it's just so happens that the nightlife attracts weirdos, like most places at night.
Yeah.
But I'm in the middle of Madison, Wisconsin right now. So
I was looking at I don't know. I occasionally I'm interested in looking at like crime statistics and stuff, and it's like you look at just about any state, and it's like, okay, so the green areas are safe, and then the red areas have like violent crime and stuff, and it's like it's green, 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 and then as soon as you get to a city, red. It's like, dang it. Then you get away from it. It's like, okay, so wherever there's people, there's bad stuff going down. Bigger the city, the greater the chance. Oh, you're starting to go robotic on me.
Can't.
Redcast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully I clear up.
Okay. Yep. Now you're back. Back on a.
But I was at the DoubleTree for a day, and that was okay. It was right by downtown Madison. It was where I was at when I first started working for the company, and then I was at. They had like a dairy expo going on, so the prices for the room for like almost $300 a night. And my company said you're gonna have to find something cheaper because you're almost at your limit for your company card,
Oh
and
man.
we're not gonna extend it. So I looked, and the cheapest places here near where I was going to work and where I was going to have my meetings were like Comfort Inn or Value Inn or the Bates Motel. And I was like, nope. So I told my boss, I was like, look, I'm gonna meet you halfway here. There's two places, and they're both Best Westerns, and they're about 144 a night. And I'm picking this
Oh,
while I'm going home
Dano was just there.
because I'm
I
what
assume. I mean,
the Best Western.
well, he said Madison, Wisconsin. I don't know if he was in that exact
Oh, okay.
hotel. He's in that exact room. Yeah. He's still here. He jumps out of the closet.
Well, if you're at the DoubleTree, then you probably saw me drinking last night because I had like $60 worth of drinks because I was having a really rough day.
Yikes.
So
Sorry to
and
hear.
then I went outside and smoked my pipe. But today I got a balcony room, and the handle for the balcony for the sliding glass door is busted, so you can open it, but it doesn't open well. The balcony area is all messed up. The light doesn't turn on completely, and when you open up the balcony for some reason, the air conditioning doesn't work. So I was like, yeah, I'm not.
This was at the other place, or this is this place right here?
No, this is this place.
Oh dang. Well, Dano, I hope you
So
stayed at a better place than StrangeBus here. I can't wait to read your Yelp review if you do one. I've stayed at
nah.
some real flea bags myself in my time. I don't travel as much
I
as
mean,
you do,
besides that,
but
it's not bad.
yeah,
It's not like super bad. It's just like
a couple things that are
everything
off.
looks like it's taken care of. It's just they probably just haven't done maintenance on the place in a while. So
Uh,
that's what it looks like because everything looks cleaned up and taken care of. Like it doesn't look like. I mean, the wall looks like the walls have some scuff marks on them, but like there's what appears to be a hole punched in my wall that got filled in.
dang.
Like really, like not great because you can tell that there was damage to the wall at one point,
Somebody put their fist through it.
either fist or something.
Yikes.
Like right here. I don't know if you can tell. Probably can't.
Oh yeah, I can see a little bit of a yeah.
But besides that, it's not like too bad. The sheets look okay. They smell clean. Like they went through a washer. And like
Good start.
carpet's not dirty. Well, as dirty as a hotel can get, I guess.
Yeah.
So, but to summarize, because I've been ranting, um, I mean, I think it's steep for 144 a night, but I think the next lowest thing down is a Motel 6. And below that is
Stayed at a lot of Motel
like,
6 in my time. Of course, that was back in
yeah,
like
but
the 2000s, 20 years ago.
I'm pretty sure it's got a lot worse. It's probably not gonna be great over here
Well, you get some of
by the
them that are
city.
like remodeled and they're modern, but other ones are just like it was like a fixer upper. Usually get like some immigrant family bought it and they're just doing the best they can. It's like good luck.
I would rather do a Motel 6 in the middle of nowhere, like Stewart, Iowa,
Mhm.
probably than over here because like they probably have a lot more time to renovate or do something. and they're not getting constant people over and over.
Oh yeah.
Than like something around here.
Like they can never
There's a
quite
lot
get
of
it
people that,
finished. So people are like, yeah, they're still doing construction. They're never done.
yeah.
Banging away with hammers in the middle of the night. What the heck?
But yeah, I don't know. It was fine. It's okay. Like I said, the DoubleTree also had its issues. Looks like it needed work. Like they needed to do maintenance.
Mm,
And the lady who wrote stuff down, because nowadays they want you to tip the cleaning ladies now too, which I think is absurd. They should be getting paid.
well,
Um,
yeah, I agree. They should be getting
um,
paid.
she wrote they do a personalized note to let you know they cleaned up the place, and it's like, we hope your experience is wonderful here. And she wrote experience wrong, like really bad, and I like laughed because I was like, that's gonna show. Because like at $300 a night for a hotel, you should probably get like not have any issues. And I'm not talking about the misspelling. I'm talking about like that was just the additive on top of the cake. I probably sound like I'm really bougie, but you know, you don't want to stay in a garbage can if you're paying that much
Yeah, yeah.
for a hotel.
You expect a little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want a clean, comfortable room. It doesn't break the bank.
They-
Yeah.
So,
But I mean,
but
I
like I
guess
said, this is fine.
yeah, this is fine. I like the amenities. I mean, I want my continental breakfast, even if it's powdered eggs. I want to be able to get a shower and not be grossed out, get the little shampoo
See,
bottle
and
full of soap.
that doesn't bother me because what was it? I think it was a Comfort Inn that I stayed at in downtown Chicago. And it was fine.
I want
It was
to,
completely fine.
I don't want to worry like going out to the parking lot that I'm gonna get my car stolen or get ambushed or
But
something.
see, that's what I worry about. Because like I said, there's a Comfort Inn I stayed at
Mhm.
in Chicago back in 2012, and it was fine. But it was downtown Chicago. It
Yeah,
wasn't like the rough side of town. It was fairly neat, and the room rate was fine. And but like this was also like 2012, so and you had cheap breakfast there and stuff like that. Here, it just feels kind of the same.
yeah,
So except for like I feel like I'm gonna get like ganked when I go outside. So
yeah. That's the other thing. Just grab a fire extinguisher, carry it with you.
that also could just be the fact that I'm in like unknown area too. Like I don't know. I'm not very familiar with Wisconsin, so
All right.
I'm always paranoid. But
Yeah.
anyway,
These videos are
how
always
are
like
you?
these videos are always like evidence. Like this is the last time we saw him. Like, stay safe, my friend.
I'll be fine. I'm staying here till Friday, so
All right.
you'll know. I'm pretty sure Dano knows where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
If it's the
He
Best Western, it's the Best Western and Madison by the airport.
he seems to
I
know
don't
the
really have. I
area.
don't really care.
He
So
says since you're in the Madison area, should try to get over to check out Noble Knights in Fitchburg if you have a chance. Noble Knights. Is that
um,
that game store people always rave about? I've heard about Noble Knights. Like they sell like everything. Oh, okay. Well, there
if
you
you're
go.
still in Madison and you knock on my door, I'll go with you
All right.
because I hate Madison traffic. If I don't have to drive, I'm not driving.
Yeah.
So
So hear that, Dano. So if you're in the area, I did hear that. Yep. Well, people always talk about Noble Knight games. I've never made a pilgrimage to a specific game shop like that. I mean, I've traveled to like arcades and stuff where, you hear about its reputation and you're like, "Oh man, I just want to check it out." But yeah, Noble Knight, they have just about everything. It's just sometimes their prices are kind of absurd. Like if it's some rare thing you're trying to get, but they have it. It just might not be the price you want to pay for it. Like miniatures and cards and stuff like that.
but not for a Nubian, I think.
Something more real. Republic credits. No good out here. Some kind of Jedi. What do you know?
What are you? What are you, some kind of Jedi waving a hand around
Annie!
like that?
Little Annie! I can't do it.
Hmm.
I need to practice. Get your best Watto. Best Watto impression. Everything's free. Yeah.
Everything's free.
Yeah, we'll let the fate decide. Link for use later,
God,
huh?
it's a cube.
Oh, it didn't let him post the link. I just turned it into asterisks. I didn't know we banned links.
Oh yeah, I didn't know either.
I am at
Maybe
to
to
me.
prevent Rick rolling.
Yeah, I am at to me, and I'll post it. Well, I could look. So how have I been? Well, I don't know. I've just been like really tired lately. I don't know if it's just the weather changing and I'm just an old guy or what, but I'm I've been sending out t-shirts to people, all these t-shirt orders, but I'm also supposed to be sending out like swag still from Gen Con, so I'm like a month late on it. I've sent out a few things,
Way to
but
go.
well, there's one big reason. I before I would always order like a bunch of cards from makeplayingcards.com, not sponsored, but I would order cards from them like HeroQuest, like stuff to give away. But this year I didn't get the order placed in time, and it's like okay, it's not going to arrive before I leave, so I just kind of put it on hold, and I just like gave away the cards I had from last year, which was probably sensible. I just have a million cards to give away. Um, so I completed that order, and so when that stuff came in, so now the people that I'm sending stuff out to, like since I'm running out of certain things, at least I can put something else in there to say like, oh, okay, well, here's some other HeroQuest related swag that you can have. Because people really wanted the GM screens. I ran out of those like super fast. The flyers. I was even gonna just like copy some of those, just like print them out. And it's like, okay, I know this, you know, I'm not trying to fool anybody. This is obviously a copy of it, but at least you get something as opposed to nothing. Because everybody was messaging me what they wanted. I feel like I'm more prepared for it though, because in past years, like people would ask me like at the convention, and I'm like trying to get my phone to work and all this stuff, and I'm not really getting the messages until afterwards, and it's like, oh shoot, you wanted that? Sorry, didn't even try. But yeah, certain things we didn't get very much of, and other things I got a lot of. So I got a lot of these like pads and stuff. So the create your own quest pads, they had tons and tons of them. Like every person that's been there, like they've got a stack of them because they were just giving away stacks. And so it's like, okay, yeah, I can give everybody one of those at least, at the very least. But it's kind of cool. Before, I don't know, we were having people were like wiring me money and stuff because like I'm not trying to make a profit off of it, but people were like, oh yeah, the shipping's a lot. Here, I'll pay back for the shipping. It's like okay, it's cool. But it's like you got to do your bank information, or you got to use Venmo or Cash App, or what's the other one? PayPal. It's like, I don't want to do all that. So the latest thing is like, well, you could sub to the channel, but I mean, I got to be careful with that because I can't be like, oh, this is what you get when you sub. You automatically get this. And it's like, it's just a
No, but you can ask for that. You can be like, hey, look,
hey,
all I'm asking is that you
you want to
look at the
support?
channel, give it a sub if you like it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Move that a little bit, man. That's how you get the
right.
notoriety.
Yeah. But I mean, I at the same time, I don't want it to be like, oh, well, yeah, it's a
Well, you're never
sub
saying
for
that though.
yeah, sub for this.
You're never saying that. And that's not the insinuation. You're giving people free swag, and in exchange, you're asking them to maybe just check out your channel, and if you like it, subscribe.
Yeah. Oh, we sent it on Discord. Okay. I'm gonna have to like get to that screen here.
That's about as much shelling as you should probably do, I think.
Yeah.
But like, if you're not asking for money or donos or crazy stuff like that.
Let's see here. Dano. There we go. NobleKnight.com.
I'm unable to look at the link at this time, so I might have to grab it from Kurgan. Also, just a heads up for everybody, I will not be on the full podcast. I'll be able to do a couple topics, and then I have to hit the sack. I have to be back at my site at like 5 in the morning.
Oh dang. Yep.
So yeah, I'm working at Ho Chunk today. So I'm assisting other techs. So I've got to be I'm going to be out there.
Got a certain set of skills. Okay, why is it all weird?
It made me a nightmare for slot machines like you.
Oh, sorry. Well, topic wise, we got a few things. So if you want to
Well,
lend your opinion here,
you gave me some really fun topics to talk about, and I was
it
going to ask you.
probably more than
We
time.
were talking about EA because I did bring up Ubisoft not too long ago about maybe Ubisoft being acquired by Tencent. That's still an ongoing thing, right? So lately, I've been talking about how a lot of bigger video game companies are kind of crashing down, and I think that a lot of the bigger companies are starting to take notice and are not jumping ship per se, but they're kind of going into another direction to save face, maybe to collect their bonuses and retire or leave so that they can pass the company on to a different head. Ubisoft, I think Tencent is acquiring the Assassin's Creed franchise, so part of the company. Excuse me, my nose is itchy.
That's
And
okay.
then
I got the website up, so scratch all you need.
EA is acquiring. What is it? EA is being acquired by a private company,
Yeah,
so they're going private.
yeah. Let's get the article up here. So this is from apnews.com, so the Associated Press. How Electronic Arts' $55 billion go private deal could impact the video game industry. And of course, it's all speculative about what's going to happen whenever they get a change of ownership of a company. Could be really good, could be really bad, could be about the same. But the companies involved are PIF, which I guess is tied to the government of Saudi Arabia. There's Silver Lake Partners, which I don't know much about, and Affinity Partners. Um, as EA's new owners, first quarter of 2027. So you can read the article for yourself there. But yeah, go ahead, StrangeBus. What are your kind of your thoughts on this? Because you followed EA, I think, a lot more closely than I have over the years.
I was trying to get better lighting so that I didn't look like a big blurry mess. So I would say I feel like it's kind of going in the same direction as the Tencent thing with Ubisoft. Um, Although I think the big difference is maybe they're trying to push it in a different direction for maybe saying that since it's a private company they don't have to answer to shareholders. Their stock might be a little different. So, excuse me, if they're going in a different direction or they're making a project, they don't have to worry about as much about having to follow a certain rhetoric. So people might be like, "Oh, EA's going in a different direction. They might be doing something nice." It could also go super sour because they don't have to answer as much to stock or shareholders as much as they would to the people as well. They are really, if somebody has a passion project and they want to do the microtransaction thing really hard,
Oh yeah.
or if they want to do a live service deal really hard, if that's an EA deal, they don't have to change it.
Now you're
The
reminding
private
me.
company can
That's when
spend
I lost
$55
interest.
billion dollars
Yeah.
to buy the company. They can spend billions of dollars to keep a game afloat. So it's kind of up to the company on whether or not they want their project to sink or swim.
So you just kind of have to hope that
Go ahead,
the.
son.
No, no. I was thinking about all the things people say. There's these common phrases people throw on. They say, well, they're beholden to the shareholders. And it's usually in a bad way because you're assuming that the people that really back the company like have one interest and it's different than what the customers want. So if there's a disconnect there, yeah, obviously I'd be like, yeah, I want them to go private. But then it's always people say the other thing is people say, well, they're a private company, they can do whatever they want, which is usually them trying to like cover for some really stupid decision that they made. And it's like, yeah, they can do whatever they want in a sense, but it's like that's when people vote with their wallet. Like you don't like their product, you don't like their business, you take your business elsewhere, you know.
I mean,
But
I always believe that. I always believe that
yeah,
term. I just don't think people are going to do it much anymore. And to be honest, this is something I've talked about multiple times, and this is something I've talked about with our community multiple times. And I'm not calling anybody stupid. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not pointing blame. But a big example was the OGL debacle a couple of years back
Wizards of the Coast,
with
yeah.
Us saying, "Hey, this is a good time to tell people we're not buying Hasbro or Wizards of the Coast product right now. This is a good time to speak with your wallet because that's the biggest way to get to a company." And I got very diverse feedback, but the biggest things that bothered me were, "Oh yeah, this is pissing me off, but in a week I'm just gonna go back." It's because I enjoy the product. That's not bad, but at the same time, that also just shows the company that it doesn't fucking matter what we do. You're gonna buy it anyway.
Yeah, they take us for granted.
And you may not buy this product, but you're still going to feed me millions of dollars. I could turn around and slap you across the face, and you're going to pay me to do it. I could spit on you, and you'll still pay me to do it.
Yeah.
I could spit on your children, and you would still pay me to do it.
Don't spit on children.
And it's all figurative, right? But you wouldn't do those things. You wouldn't pay somebody to do those things, but you would turn around and pay somebody to rob you.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what we're doing these days. And that's not just with the Wizards of the Coast thing, that's with video games, that's with TV, that's what the subscription craze is all about. Because a lot of kids can't remember it, but we can, is that a lot more was accessible, even at a cost. And I'm not talking about prices were lower these days. I'm not your grandpa. I'm talking about there was a lot more things more accessible to us at a cost. And what they do is they take the things that were available and they lock them behind a paywall and say, "Oh, this is the plus service." So you get a lighter version for free, and then you have to pay me a plus service to get the stuff that you were already fucking guaranteed 10 years ago.
Right.
Because it makes us more money. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to fucking complain about it. You're not going to not buy it. You're going to buy it anyway. You're eventually going to get tired of not having this, and you're going to pay me whatever fucking amount I put in front of you. And that's the way the world works these days. Yeah. That's just how it is. Fucking deal with it.
Gross.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm not dealing with it. I have 5 subscription services, and they're all things I duly want and aren't things that changed the last couple times. I've also regulated my family not to do that stuff anymore because I don't feel like bending over and taking it from a bigger company that just decided that they wanted to raise prices because they felt bad or they felt the world needed to change. That's not my rhetoric anymore. That's not my belief. And I don't feel like the people should be involved in doing said things. I feel like we have a voice. At the end of the day, if you don't feel like a product is good enough for you, I'm not talking about for me, I'm not talking about for your neighbor. For you, don't fucking buy it. And that's how it is. That should be how it is. Your company or the company that makes that product should be catering to you and you alone. Yeah. And that's how I feel like you should think about it, because your neighbor is going to think about that, and that's how we bring our opinions and our values to a company about what might be wrong about something. It doesn't mean we're right about it. Like, it doesn't mean that like this elf needs to have different colored pants or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't mean like every opinion needs to be taken to action. But to me, it's why. And Carmine was such a great asset to the company because he took people's opinions and he listened to people and he took action when he needed to take action. Yeah. But if you look at a big corporate Mongol, they don't do that. They look at what's on paper and they go, "Oh, number go up. We do this." And that's it. They don't fucking listen to you. They don't care about you. They don't want your best interests at heart. You give me money, I make money, number go up. Yeah, and that's it.
Very simplistic, yeah.
And the only way you can stop that, the only way they'll listen to you, is if you don't give them money at all. Period.
Yeah.
If you actually have a value to yourself and you say, fuck you, I don't want to give you money anymore. You've betrayed my trust as a customer. Because that used to mean something at some point in time in our lives.
Hmm.
Because we
Yeah.
used to be valued customers. Now we're just numbers on a chalkboard. And I don't want to be a number on a chalkboard. If that's what a company looks at me, this is what I'm going to give them. I don't want to be a number on a chalkboard. I want to have a voice when it comes to my products, not a tip jar or a subscription. And I know this is probably coming on really thick, Kurgan. I'm sorry, but
It's rich.
that's where
You're
I've
bringing
always
up
been
back up
half
the fire.
asleep when I'm trying to like give off this thing. But and like I said, this is not to anybody personally in the Rantcast at all.
Well, we had
This is
some.
not to anybody outside of the Rantcast.
Mhm.
This is a thing in general. I feel like this is just something that people have adapted to because that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Well, if they start slamming handcuffs on you and making you walk certain routes outside, or they start telling you can't do certain things that you used to do, like you, or I don't know. I feel like making some dramatic example, right? But
We,
like,
I get what you're saying
people are
though.
always okay with stuff until they're not okay with stuff,
We've
and like,
tolerated a lot of BS from these companies. A lot.
I feel like
When we don't have to.
are you going to be okay with stuff until you start getting a premium service to breathe? Like, because that's how I feel it's going to start going if we
Yeah.
don't if we don't start telling people what we want and don't want. Because I feel like a company's going to do that.
Well, in the sci-fi
Like a
movies,
company would be
that's
willing to
always
do that.
the thing. In sci-fi movies, it's either if it's not aliens or something, it's the tyrannical government or it's the tyrannical corporations. Like they they literally have bought everybody else off, bought everybody off, and yeah, it's our corporate national anthem and all that. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, like I said, I
I
believe in
also miss.
capitalism as opposed to the next person, but I
Yeah,
don't believe in taking advantage of the people next to you. So
yeah.
if it
Well,
comes down to that, then they don't need my business.
cronyism.
And that's
Yeah.
and
Well,
that's
yeah.
another reason why I haven't bought any new Star Wars products lately. That's another reason why I haven't really if I've tried not to subscribe to any new services like streaming services. I have a way to enjoy those things if I need to. I don't recommend that other people do it because it's their own morals. But at the end of the day, there is a saying: when a corporation gets this stuck up, people find other ways to enjoy their product,
Or
get their product.
or not. Or alternative
So,
competitors. Yeah.
mhm.
I mean, one of the things that
So I
I
don't
did,
vouch for stealing,
I
but
I was never into that much into D&D. So when the OGL thing happened, I'll admit though, enough people were talking up their competitor Paizo with Pathfinder. I was looking at Pathfinder. So I mean, it's like your time to shine. You want to be the alternative. Go for it.
well, that's what I'm saying is if we get better competition, I'm down for it.
Here. Yeah.
But
And
that's another thing is competition elimination is really big nowadays too.
yeah,
So
getting rid of the competition so you're the only game in town. So I guess I wish them well. I'm not expecting much with this EA thing. I was remembering why I didn't get on board with Star Wars Battlefront, the new ones. Well, they're old now, but I mean the ones with the microtransactions, right? And there were games that I thought about getting. I think like Street Fighter Five, I was going to get it, and somebody mentioned it to me. They're like,
oh,
"Yeah,
you mean you were interested in the surprise mechanics they involved or they included in their video game?
I'm not sure what you mean, but
So when EA was held up in court for those microtransactions that Battlefront 2 was brought up in the court of Australia, because Australia I think attempted to take them to court,
yeah,
their PA person noted that they weren't loot boxes; they were considered surprise mechanics.
surprise mechanics. Oh, that sounds
Yeah,
terrible. Yikes.
there's an article on it. I think we've stated that before.
Oh man, I guess I've just forgotten. I blotted it out of my mind. Well, they're right. That is stupid. That is stupid stuff. But yeah,
That's half
anymore.
the reason that they've changed and regulated their laws on
Yeah.
gambling over there.
Whenever I see a new
A lot of
game,
places have.
whenever I see a new game that looks interesting to me, a lot of times, like when I'll find out that they're doing some microtransaction stuff, and I'll go, you know what? I don't need it. I'll just I'll look at an older game in the series. That's out of print. That they're not going to get money for. I guess through Steam they would get money, but um, even like, well, Diablo 4. I don't know how you feel about Diablo 4, but I saw Bengus was doing a stream on it, and he was saying it's only cosmetics that you buy if you want to. I'm like, okay, well, that's not so bad.
I mean, no,
There's some
it's
people that
not. I
go
just don't
that
like
go
Blizzard.
nuts.
I will never
Yeah,
vouch for another Blizzard product in my life.
you're
And the
just
thing I might not buy one later on down the road,
you're
but
just
like,
you're just
I
ahead, by the way.
what?
You're just ahead, by the way, on
What do
my
you mean? I'm
screen.
just ahead.
Just a talking head. No, I could reframe the screen, but right now I just got your head there.
Oh, sorry. Why don't you get my whole frame in there?
Yeah, get you widescreen.
But
Just the videographer.
with
Yeah,
what
yeah. If a
Blizzard included,
company lets you
Blizzard included
down,
a lot of their politics into their video games, and they also included a lot of their bullshit in their video games. And then when people brought it up and tried to chastise them for it, they just released two video games that kind of covered up and said, "Oh, we're
oh yeah,
sorry."
the Hong Kong protests. Yeah, yep, I remember that now.
And other companies took from that, and that's what I'm saying is like it's all great in our country until we decided to take like practices from China. And I'm like I said, I'm not trying to be political there either, but like
It's a lot of money.
that's kind of like
Hmm.
contradictory.
Yeah.
That's where we get half that shit too, especially the what they call them now, the stuff with the Labubu's. They're called like surprise boxes or something that
Yeah.
they send you.
It's the
They're $120.
it's the tickle me
That's
Elmo
something that China does.
of today. Yeah. They're just
It's
stupid. They're just
it's it's a
stupid trends. Yeah, it's like the more you dig into it, the dirtier you feel, and the hopefully it kind of like wakes you up and goes, yeah, do
but
I
yeah,
really
but
need
it's
this?
stuff
Do I
it's
really
stuff
want
we used to laugh at. Like it's stuff we used to laugh at because they're business practices that came from China,
this?
and people used to laugh at them because they are so blatantly scammy.
Yeah.
But nowadays, because we live in a world of money, like that, it comes first, no matter which way you look at it. Like it's money's always been a thing for people, but like it comes first. Like it's how much money can we just ream or make because we're trying to climb over the next person, uh, because we got all this shit going on, and like so now we're ripping practices from probably one of the worst business practiced countries in the world,
Are you
and
are you gonna stay up all
people.
night? Because I think Bohemius is calling you out again about the Battlefront thing. You guys went back and forth on that before, I think.
I mean, like I said, I respect Bohemius's opinion on it, but like that's what I've said before. I am not a person who just lies down and just says it's good. That's how that goes.
Well, and I
I'm,
see I see a lot of the things with these companies. Like you get plenty of people who will
but I
accept
can't
it
see
or
what
say,
Bohemius is saying either. So I'm not gonna like
yeah,
argue or make a
that's okay.
contradictory
We
statement
we know
if
you
I
guys have
can't.
we know you guys have some differences of opinion. That's fine. I'm just thinking like sometimes you do get these situations where okay, let me just grab an example. I'm gonna do the power hour later because I know you gotta go at a certain point. But I remember with the cover for First Light, like we had set our expectations low for HeroQuest because at Target because we knew that okay, this is gonna be the Target box. Um, yeah, sorry, you played Star Wars Battlefront right with the loot boxes
Yeah,
or
I played and bought both of those games.
yeah.
Like I'm a guilty party when it comes to that because I was a huge fan. I wanted to be a huge fan of those games. So yeah, I bought both of them.
See, I bought the
I was a
first,
supporter for the longest time until I found out that I got fucking shafted as soon as I
or
bought
no,
the game.
I take it back. I've never bought Battlefront because at the time the first two games came out, so before EA's installments, I got those for free because I got press copies. Because that's back when like I was in like the Jedi Knight community, Star Wars gaming, and they were sending me games. And the problem was I was kind of embarrassed because most of them were games like I didn't ask for, and I was like, I don't even have time to review these. Like I'm doing other stuff. but I had them. I played them.
Battlefront
They were fun.
Battlefront 2 is the last game I pre-ordered out of the out of the fact that I pre-ordered a game because I didn't want it to run out, not for a pre-order bonus. I pre-ordered the physical copy and then found out that there wasn't going to be a physical copy. So I just grabbed the digital edition, and then when it came out, there was a whole bunch of crap over their loot box system. And their campaign didn't have an ending, or didn't have the real ending. It had an ending, but it was supposed to come out. The ending was supposed to be locked behind a paywall. And so I wanted to refund it. And at that time, EA was hiding the refund button on their website. And that is an actual thing you can look up. And I spent hours trying to refund that game until I gave up. I was also in my mid-20s at the time, and I had a very different view on video games and media. But that, I think, is where I officially turned around. There are also, I'm not somebody who's sitting here fact checking everything. This is based on memory. So if I'm being corrected by Bohemyus, God knows he probably has something right there. But what I'm saying is that it changed a lot for other countries,
That's
and
what.
it did cause a huge spectacle.
Yeah. Well, and if it resulted in some positive change and people being a little more cautious, I'm for that. I think he's bringing up, and this is the part that I had heard about because the newer Battlefront game, I only played it at a friend's house. We played co-op, and I had a good enough time, but it's because we were hanging out. Like I wasn't that focused on the game. But what I had heard was, oh, you could earn and unlock certain things, but you really had to grind like hard to get that stuff.
Yeah, it was
And so they would dangle
40
it in front
hours
of
to
you.
get a chance to get a Jedi or Darth Vader or
They would
some
say,
crap
"Oh,
like that at one time.
or you could just pay the money to unlock it like right away." And
Yeah.
I would be guilty of this when like the WWE games were coming out, like on Xbox 360, because they would always have the season pass where it's like, okay, you could, or no, no, I guess that was different because it would be like you buy all the DLC. Oh no, but one of the yeah, now I remember what it was. Yeah, they would give you a season pass, which would give you all the DLC, so the skins and stuff that you wanted. Um, but it would be like all the stuff you'd have to unlock by playing the campaign. They would just unlock it for you immediately. You could pay for it. And I guess I didn't think to myself, well, I have to pay this because it's too grindy, because I wanted to play the campaign, but I was focused on the multiplayer. My problem there, and that was 2K Games, is that the servers would be taken down after a year or a year and a half. And so it was like, okay, I have a year and a half to enjoy the multiplayer part of this. So I would just play the heck out of that. And then I get the season pass, and then I'd play single player. But it was still, but I mean, it was one of those things that like I liked the game so much I tolerated that. And probably now I just be like, no, I don't like that. That's crappy. I won't. I won't support it. And hopefully that'll send the message that as a company, you shouldn't do that uh, to me as a consumer. Well, but back to the First Light thing. I think a lot of people had set their expectations low because they knew First Light was the idea what behind that was to get HeroQuest in people's faces. Like they'd be going through Target and other stores and they would see HeroQuest right there and they'd get it. And it was cheap, so they had the cardboard miniatures mostly, and the box art was like we think now is pretty obviously AI generated. At the time they kind of hemmed and hawed and tried to deny it and say it wasn't really that. But yeah, the guy they hired was pretty notorious for using AI art. But anyway, there were some people that were okay with it. There were some people, not because they thought it was great art, but they were just like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Because the point is, we're getting HeroQuest to the masses. Like, it's okay. But there was enough complaints that Avalon Hill actually did change the art, and they changed it to a much better cover, I think. So you can definitely have a situation where you've got people that are okay with a practice, or, okay, I'll tolerate it. But if enough people agitate for it and it actually threatens their bottom line, they will change it and they will change it for the better. So I think in that case, it's a win-win because the people who are okay with it, who don't have any problem with it, they're still okay with it, right? Nothing's changed for them. The people that were not okay with it, okay, all of a sudden you won them back as a customer. You won back their trust. So seems to me like a good a good situation. So if you don't like a practice of a company, and maybe you're just one person, but yeah, you can make a difference. And we're not talking about making death threats to people or anything crazy like that, but we're just talking about like,
No,
yeah, just state your opinion, explain why, back it up with facts as best you can, and if people want to take that information, what they do with it, decide to buy the product anyway, or not, or maybe there'll be a change. So with this EA story, do you think this will make them more receptive to their customers, or I guess it remains to be seen?
I mean, in my opinion, no.
You think it'll just
I
be
I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that this gives them a chance to work with the developers underneath them to make games that they want to make without having to read the latest trend from a shareholder or whatever? Because shareholders are afraid of losing money. So if they're afraid of losing money, they'll pull out. Stock drops, all that crap.
so
And then you're left being worthless and your company's tanking, and then you have to let go of the developers beneath you and all that stuff like that. It's a thing that's happening all over the games industry,
so
right?
innovation, creative freedom are threatened by that shareholder risk
I
averseness.
mean, I'm not gonna say that because, like I said, I think it's more. I think it's more of the fact that it's a rising trend with that because there's lots of people in that market that are afraid to take risk. The word risk is a big word, especially in business,
Yeah.
right? Especially in things like entertainment, Hollywood and stuff. You ever heard of the elevator pitch? Because
Yep.
if your if your pitch is longer than an elevator ride, they ain't fucking taking it. So,
Hmm.
uh, and right now, if you see the trend in movies, it's not just because they're popular. It's because it's what makes money. It's the safe option. It's the George Lucas salad thing that I'm talking about. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I remember
it's
that
it's
joke.
the
Yeah.
safe option. Nobody wants to make something creative anymore. If they do, they're a lower end studio that doesn't give a fuck right now about making the first big money maker. They're trying to get their brand out there. And that's how they get their brand out there is because somebody looks at the younger studio and they go, "Ooh, that's unique. It's nice. We're gonna go put that motherfucker in Sundance, and hopefully, just hopefully, you might make some money, and then you'll make another movie." There's a guy who talked about that. He was in like I can't remember what they're called, but he's in like these serial killer movies that he makes and directs. He's not a huge director, but he's pretty well known. And like he talks about working with young actors and directors and stuff, and how difficult it is compared to when he started. And even then, it was difficult. You start with nothing, and you end with nothing after about a decade. But like, if you just keep going, maybe you'll make it,
Hmm.
and maybe you'll just get somewhere.
I'm not familiar with that,
People
but
expect too much. They expect to blow the scene away. Their goal is to become a blockbuster.
yeah.
And right now your goal should be to make it. And then when you make it, your goal should be to achieve something higher than that. And once you reach that goal, maybe, just maybe, you could be the next Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Martin Scorsese, any big director, stuff like that. Because they didn't get into Hollywood imagining they were going to be making millions and billions of dollars. They started with their work.
Hmm.
And um, that was the that was something that was talked about. Like going back to my original point, I think this is just a big company from another country or a like a merger type company that's making a lot of money because right now we are kind of losing that, or I wouldn't say we're losing that particular thing. We're still big entertainment. That's what the US is. But there are other big companies that are catching up because they are bringing their their stuff to the U.S.
Yeah.
Like I said, Tencent was a big thing. They owned a lot of things that were brought over here, and it's kind of one of those things where Americans are suckers for everything, and uh, you know, I feel like if we get bought, they get bought by an offshore company, they're just going to make cheap. And like I said, it's nothing against anybody. It's just the trend I see. It's just going to make cheap, scammy, like low rent.
Yeah.
It's easy money video games, and then on top of that, they might make mobile stuff.
Yeah.
And
Well,
EA is just going to be making money, but they're not going to make anything good anymore.
yeah. Well, when it's with these companies that are, like you say, yeah, kind of scammy, kind of, yeah, mediocre. It's like the more those companies control, the sadder I get because, yeah, it's like you see the same names coming up. Yeah, Tencent came up a lot. Uh, like when there's just like I don't know, a really bad game, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, why is it the same company backing it every time? Like what's going on here? So yeah, I would hope that there'd be a little bit more diversity in terms of like different companies coming out there, so it's not just like they're the only game in town, and then people settle for it, right? They say, well, all games are like this, so what can we do? Just buy it and just be quiet. Yeah, I don't know about that
You know,
serial killer movie
people
thing,
like
but
fast food. People like pizza.
yeah,
I have to look up the guy
moderation.
who made it.
It
They
sounds
were
like the sort
called
of thing that
Creep.
creep.
Did you ever watch the movie Creep?
No, I didn't. And it sounds
Okay,
familiar.
look up the movie Creep. There's Creep 2, and then he's making a show right now. I think it's on some weird off-brand streaming thing. It's called the Creep Tapes,
Sounds like the sort of thing
and
that
it's about
Film Threat would talk about because they're always backing
Creep.
like indie
The
directors
guy
and
who does
producers.
the guy who does that film, who plays the antagonist, um, he's the director, and he did that interview. But
Hmm.
the biggest thing about that is Creep. I think came out in like 2012 or something. It came out a little while ago. The first one, it was about a guy who owned who was going over to do like a film. So I think it was kind of like one of those found footage
Oh yeah, yeah.
films.
Got a
He
million
was
of those.
going over to help somebody who was dying of cancer, and it turned out that was the guy. Um, and you're filming like his whole life and stuff like that, and he does some really unorthodox stuff to this dude who's coming over to his house
Wait a minute.
out in the middle of nowhere.
Is this the one I'm thinking of the end? I probably shouldn't say it if people haven't seen it. Is this the one that
Probably
has the
shouldn't
really
spoil it.
weird ending where people are like, "What the
I
hell?"
mean, like he like stalks him and stuff. It's like really, so
Okay,
it
now I
gets
know what you're
really
talking about.
creepy,
I know what
but
you're talking about.
it's got a really crazy build up,
Hmm.
and like there's really no like
To, to,
there are some jump scares, but there's not like it's not like a movie heavily reliant on jump scares. You're like
well,
you always got this feeling in your chest about what this guy's going to do next, and then like
hmm,
towards the end of the film, he's just toying with his prey, and the dude who's the victim is the guy behind the camera,
yeah. To,
and
to, to be
so
fair,
it's
to be fair, let me say this. I when I think of found footage movies that like were reasonably successful, like the Blair Witch Project or Paranormal Activity or Cloverfield, like all of those movies, people have ripped them apart because it's like there's certain like plot points and like character stuff where you're like, that's completely absurd. That makes no sense. But when you're watching it, you get sucked in and you forget about that. So it was good enough that like you suspend disbelief and just enjoy yourself. And then afterwards, if you think too much about it, you're like, wait a minute.
there's a link
So
I can show you if I can find it. It's a
I've been watching a lot of horror movies lately with getting close to
hold
Halloween. So I haven't
on, see
seen
if I
this
can find
particular one,
hold on.
but I mean, I always say I like suspense movies more than like splatter movies when it comes to the horror genre. I'm not saying I'm
Because
against
this is
those
where I first
movies, but
found
it's
this guy,
what
right?
I find scarier. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's this one here.
Are you sending me something?
Yes, I'm going to send you something.
All right. I want to send you something.
But
When we were talking earlier about companies, I was thinking of Jingle All the Way. And remember, you're my number one customer. When Arnold Schwarzenegger's like saying that to like every person at the mattress company, and then he says it to his wife, and he's like, "No."
okay, watch that right now,
Okay.
and tell me if it would creep you out.
Creep axe scene. Should I play this on the stream? Are we gonna get flagged?
You just can edit it. I guess edit it out of the.
Extreme gore. All right. I guess we're gonna
I
take it.
assume you'd be curious as to how that.
Hell yeah,
Taking a risk here. Risk
dude,
averse.
it's so great. That
Okay.
show is so good.
Okay. So is this from Creep or is this something else?
No, it's from the Creep tapes from the show,
Okay. All right. Let me try to share it here.
but it's all good.
If you're gonna get scared, you're gonna get scared. Okay. I guess I have to do this. Okay.
That might play into the scene.
Yeah, it had crossed my mind.
Yeah, I'll bet it did. But look, I don't want you to worry. It's just rubber, it's fake. Here, you want to test it? Good. I just want you to be comfortable because in a few moments I am going to be swinging this axe full force towards the base of your skull. Cool?
Cool.
All right, cool. So, this guy's been dropping hints the whole way. Carefully placed Easter eggs. And you think, this guy might be capable of murder. When you think about it, did you get enough time to test that axe properly? Are you sure it's fake? He only offered you the handle. You didn't even get a chance to test the blade. And then it starts to dawn on you. While it is an absolutely insane idea that this man is not an actor auditioning for acting school, that this entire evening has been an elaborate ruse, that you are not in the company of a hack Jeff Daniels. You're with one of the greatest actors of all time. Oh, that's ridiculous. That can't be true, right? So you don't need to run away. But you do start to slowly walk away because how can you be sure? And then it hits you. Wait, the axe. Right. He slid the blade across his hand. So if there's blood on his hand, that axe is real. If there's blood on his hand, this could be really, really bad. It's a moment of truth, Mike.
Got
Oh
him.
my god. That scared the shit out of me. That
Yeah.
was convincing, man. Like, I admit it, like, you didn't have it in the takes before.
I know,
but, like,
I know.
The thing that
that
gets
was
you is
really
the high
good.
five when he
That
high
was an
fives him. There's
audition,
blood
man.
on his hand.
And we have a short film.
Oh, wait,
I mean,
wait.
this could get into
Spoiling.
Sundance.
Yeah, high five.
Oh, I thought you were done.
Oh, he swilled it. Yeah. Now he's got the blood on his hand.
No.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yes!
Here's Johnny. All right.
Sorry, guys.
Well, I was
I
thinking
can't
like
see it, so
it's gonna be one of those things. You know, whenever there's a horror movie and there's a reveal, I always try to guess, and of course, they get me most of the time.
the movie you technically don't know, but that's the show, so technically you know, and the show is supposed to assume that you already know.
Of course, he's
You're
gonna be the
just put
killer.
behind a guy who doesn't know.
Yeah.
So
You're
it
like,
kind
is
of
he
gives
gonna
some
find out in
suspense.
time? Yeah.
Yeah, but the suspense is the build up because you don't know if the guy's going to know before he gets murdered. You know he's going to die because though the show's like an hour long each episode, I think. So it condenses what the movie was into a show, and he moved to a show format because that's what's more popular.
Yeah.
So
I hate shorts.
he
I like
did
to sit
that,
down and watch it, but yeah, I get it. That's what people want. The TikTok
and
generation.
he made Creep a lot more like the first one was a lot more like gritty. There was another one that was more like had some comedic humor in it, and then the ending was like you didn't know what was going to happen. Like you didn't know if they were going to get away, if they were going to die, stuff kind of like that. And then the tapes are all about like victims that he's had. So you're viewing tapes of them because he takes the camera footage and stores them as trophies.
Oh wow.
So it's a really I would recommend for this Boo Fest watching
I like
both movies
I like
and
schlock
then watching the show.
horror movies. I have a different mindset when I walk into movies like that. Did you ever see Troll
Well,
Hunter?
then you'll yes, but you would definitely like this. Then
Okay.
it's not just all suspense. Like the first episode of that,
Or all jump
he
scares.
names himself he names himself after an actor, like a very obvious actor, like Brad Pitt or something, and
Not Jeff Daniels.
he's he's trying to pretend to be like a vampire for a movie,
Oh, okay.
and he acts very out of character, and he's like pissing the guy that you see who gets swung at the axe. He's like pissing the guy off, and that's his whole trope is he pushes his victims beyond their limit, and then he apologizes to him. Like he like does this weird like yin and yang thing.
To like lull them into a false
So
sense of security so
it's
we can get them.
so it's really funny. And then like when they're really pissed off, he'll like hide behind a corner and go, like he'll like jump out and scare the shit out of them. Like it's absurd. It's
Okay.
really absurd.
Sounds
But
like a
like you
different take
have
on
to
it.
give it a try.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it relieves. Sorry, I think it relieves a lot of the horror tension, so it can build up because you know something's wrong with the guy.
Yeah.
But then when he goes in for the kill, all of it comes back up. Like just that scene there, that was how I discovered that axe scene because the dude behind the camera, that character's finally met his limit. He wants to go home. He's fucking tired of it. He goes, no, no, no. Because if you don't like this scene, you can go home. I swear. And so he brings him out in the middle of nowhere, and he's like, hey. He goes, I've got this axe. He's testing it. He goes, it's just rubber, you know. And he plays out the scene, but the scene is how he's going to kill the guy.
Because that's his shtick. He
And
wants
it
to
starts to
tell you.
freak him out. Yeah, it starts to shake him up a little bit, and then like he's like, oh, and he's like, oh, you fell for it. The dude's like, whoa, you know, he's like, that was intense. He's like, that's the best you've ever done. He's like, that could go to Sundance.
So you
And
think
he goes
he's
to like
you
high
think he,
five him, and there's blood on his hand.
you think he's
And
Andy
then,
Kaufman, but he's really Norman Bates.
yeah, and then like yeah, then he goes to high five, and he's like, yeah, and then like then it's all revealed. And you don't know if he did that on purpose or if he was just fucking around and then like getting caught. But he looks down at his hand and the dude's like, no. He's like, yeah. And like he starts chasing him with the axe and like, and then it's on. So it's there's much more to that scene too.
Those
So
rubber those
it's
rubber axes do look pretty real though. If you go to Spirit Halloween, again, no sponsor. That's that time of year. Like if it's painted right and the camera lighting is just right, it's like wow, that looks real. But then when you pick it up, you're like, oh, it's just foam. Yeah.
but yeah, the creep tapes are great and yeah, I would say if you really want to get unsettled, like truly how
Right before
the
bed.
human brain works.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he built into that. So how like a psychopath would truly try to like fuck with somebody
Manipulate
like
them
on an
mentally.
emotional level because somebody is so unsettled by how somebody's acting out like they're not focused on whether that they kill them, they're just creeping them out.
Hmm.
And then he starts to get unnaturally weird. Um yeah, just watch Creep, the first one.
All right, man.
First one's the best.
Thanks. I always take
Yeah.
recommendations seriously. Yeah. Lately, movies I've been watching. So I rewatched Fright Night. I
Oh yeah.
realized when I saw it on TV. Okay, as a kid, I saw it on TV, and it's like they censored a lot of stuff. So it's like, oh, okay, didn't remember this scene, but it's kind of a cult classic vampire movie. You know, what if my next door neighbor's a vampire? Just over the top acting, just love it. Now, I didn't realize that they had made a sequel, a remake, and a sequel to the remake. So I saw the sequel, and
So
predictably, it was nowhere near as good as the first one. So I just
there's two
recommended this.
movies.
Yeah.
There's 2 movies that I think that I would want to rewatch this Halloween season, and that's it's Fright Night, but there's also Teen Wolf and
Teen Wolf.
what's the one with Jim Carrey in it?
Cable Guy?
Like the the really young Jim Carrey, where he's like a
Oh,
werewolf or some shit.
shoot. I always get this confused with another movie. Is it Once Bitten? Or is it...
Yes. Oh, he's a vampire, yeah, it's Once Bitten, yeah.
Because there's Once Bitten and there's another... It's even gotten to the point where if you go to like the Walmart bargain bin, they sell a DVD and it has both movies on it. One of them, it's like,
Oh.
it's a comedy about a vampire who's like trying to, I don't know, he's trying to like, I can't even remember what it was. He's like looking for a bride or something. So it's like a kind of a romantic comedy, but it's also a horror movie. But then there's the Jim Carrey one where he gets bitten by the vampire.
Also,
Yeah.
for anybody who can answer this, they get super kudos, and I'll send you a Hot Pocket in the mail.
Not a pizza roll.
Or pizza roll too.
My web zone.
Can you name the movie without looking it up that Jim Carrey got his kind of big break with the Wayans brothers in the 80s?
Movie. Because he did In Living Color, but what was the movie?
That's what got him into Living Color, though.
Oh shoot!
Was he was like a lead?
Was it Earth Girls Are Easy? No.
Yes.
What, really?
That's it.
I did it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that a few years back. It wasn't.
It's so absurd.
It is
That movie
absurd.
is so absurd.
I was expecting it to be like way more over the top than it was. I mean, it definitely started out weird, very weird.
Yeah.
They're like Muppets, and then they get shaved down, and it's like, oh, it's just Jeff Goldblum and Jim Carrey
Yep.
or whoever else.
Because they saw him act, and like they were like, "Man, this guy's over the top." So they
He's a
decided
cartoon character
to
in human form.
get him for In Living Color.
Yep. James Carrey. It wasn't even Jim.
Yep.
Then. Yep.
Very, very young Jim Carrey.
And then
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. He's like in his 60s now.
Yeah. Jim Carrey.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I also saw they have mask machines now, slot machines. That's how old that's starting to get.
Smoking.
Yeah. They're not even that good because they're all just still images. So if you hit the bonus, they still give you, they don't like play parts of the movie to get you all excited.
Well, we all
So
wear
sad.
masks, metaphorically
speaking.
Yeah. Yep. Another movie I saw, so it was based on recommendations. So Ouija, Origin of Evil, which I guess they made a Ouija movie, and it was complete trash. Nobody, and it's like, well, of course it was, but people were saying, man, the prequel blows it out of the water. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll watch it. And it was absurd, but it was also like, I don't know, kind of like reeled me in, and I'm just watching it. At the end, presented by Hasbro. It's like, got him. It's like, because at first I was like, did they even get permission? Because Hasbro owns the Ouija board like copyright thing now. It's like, they
do.
They do, yeah. Yep. You can have your
Oh
own
man,
little
I'm looking real tired.
superstition at home.
Look at them bags.
Yeah.
Cool.
But the scares that they did in that movie were just as simple as like, okay, you just distort someone's face with CGI, and it kind of freaks you out. Their eyes look all weird for a second. And you're like, ugh. Yeah, just run a couple filters on that face, and there you go. Let's put a smile on that face. Yeah. So I'm definitely,
Right.
I don't know what your schedule is like, but I would be definitely down for some spooky book reading or something Halloween themed in the next month or so.
Well, I get back home on Friday. I don't know how the future's looking because next week I'm gonna be out again for the next couple of days. But it'll be local.
Okay.
So No like huge trips to Wisconsin or Oklahoma or anything, but this week is training and stuff. So if you do want to do book reading, it'll be from the hotel. I have no problem doing that if you want to start Spooktober a little early.
Yeah,
Um, but
I'll probably
I
do it.
probably need to. What's that?
Yeah, you probably need to do what you need to do. But I think for Halloween, I'm definitely going to be hanging out with family on Halloween night, do some trick or treating with
Oh yeah,
my
no, for real, yeah.
niece. But I definitely got a whole bunch of Choose Your Own Adventure books, and I'll probably do something sometime.
Well,
Bohemian
yeah.
says, win
I said,
HeroQuest plus Ouija crossover. So the sad thing is, what people would do is they would try to use the Ouija board to like create like a HeroQuest quest. That would take forever though, because you're just like one letter at a time, like the the.
and my superstitious self doesn't mess with Ouija boards, unfortunately. So
See, I didn't go through that generation of. I know a lot of like teenagers, and Joe Manganiello talked about this too. Like people would be like, "Oh man, let's dabble in the occult and see what happens. Try to freak yourself out, and hopefully drugs aren't involved. But yeah, I think enough people see that was the whole satanic panic thing had already kind of like faded, but still there was like a little bit of lingering like, yeah, that's probably just not a good thing to do. For me it would be like, well, I know people are going to try to prank me, so I'm just not going to do it. So, the one of the things was they would lock you in the room in the dark with the mirror, and you're supposed to say Bloody Mary into the mirror over and over. But then what would happen is
yeah,
they would open the door and like scream at you, and you get freaked out, and then they call you a wuss and everything. So that didn't happen to me, but I heard enough of it, so it's like, okay, I'm not gonna fall for that. You're not gonna get me, or whatever, or like leave you in a graveyard and by yourself. Of course, in the
yeah,
movie,
those are fun times.
in the movies, it'd be like the person would do they would either get pranked and then they would get killed by the monster for real, or sometimes it would be a reversal. So like the bullies who are hazing the other person, they were the ones that would get killed by the creature.
Okay, Kurgan,
Yeah,
I hate to interrupt,
you
but
got it.
I have to get to bed,
All right,
guys.
sweet
So
dreams.
I just want to say this before I leave. Hope everybody has a good rest of their night. And sorry that I personally have to cut it short. I just have to be up for work, and I'm dying over here. So
Yeah, get your rest,
please
man.
enjoy the rest of the Rantcast. I should be able to see you guys next Tuesday. Take care of yourselves and each other. And I'll catch you later, Kurgan.
Yep. And if you get a chance to swing by Noble Knight Games on your way out of town, let us know how it went.
Sure.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye, guys.
Cast. All right. We're gonna we're gonna say goodbye to StrangeBus, and we're gonna switch over to talking about our other topics for the night. Let's see. We're gonna do the HeroQuest Power Hour. So I'm gonna change what you're seeing on your screen here momentarily. Let's see. Yeah. So as far as news in the world of HeroQuest, there's a couple things that I wanted to cover here on the Rantcast. First thing is tonight is the last night, so there's a couple more hours to go for the Yield In Christmas Exchange. And I think I've talked about this before with you guys, and it's one of those things where if you're not part of the Yield In community or the Old In, thank you, Ash Quest. Yeah, I just call it Yield In because I can remember the spelling and everybody knows what I'm talking about. But if you want to call it the Old Inn or the Inn or whatever it is, every year they do this Christmas exchange. Yes, it's really called the Old Christmas Exchange. It's not the Holiday Exchange or the Winter Exchange or anything like that. But what it is they get a mailing list together of people. And it's kind of like they do these holiday parties, these secret Santas, and you get on the list. And so you get somebody else. They don't know that you have them, and vice versa. And you basically have like 2 months to paint a miniature somehow related to HeroQuest. So usually it's like either a HeroQuest miniature, Warhammer Fantasy miniature, Old World, something like that. and sometimes it has a holiday theme, sometimes not. But you paint it, and then you send them like a little gift, and at the end, everybody posts pictures of like what they got. So it's pretty cool. I've seen them do it year after year. They've been doing it since I think 2012. I think they started. So it didn't start with COVID. Like they've been doing it for a while. And I never participated because I was like, well, one, I was like, I don't want to get rid of any of my miniatures. Like, yeah, you're getting something, but I'm like, oh man, they're so rare, they're so hard to come by. So that was kind of my mentality. It's like, okay, I need to lighten up a little bit. And now we've got 3D printing, so people do 3D prints. And the other thing was, I didn't have a lot of experience painting, so I'm like, nobody's gonna want, the thing I painted. Now I'm a little more confident. I've had a little more practice. Gen Con, I forced myself to print 1,000 point 40K orc army. And granted, a lot of those I had painted already, like years ago, and I had taken my sweet time. But I mean, I was like, so I've learned a lot of like techniques. So I think I'm fairly competent. I'm not going to win any Golden Demon awards, prizes for painting, probably, but I could definitely do it. So I signed up this time. So this is my first time doing it. And I already have an idea, and Bohemyus helped me out because he sent me a bunch of free miniatures, which is really cool of him. Thank you. And of that wide assortment, I picked out a few which I think would be perfect for this. So I have not started painting them yet. They're just sitting on the shelf in all their gray glory. But I've got all the colors I need. I just need to sit down and start working on it. And I know I'm behind on my projects, so everybody who I told I was going to send some Gen Con swag, sorry about that. I've still got you on the list. I've sent out most of the T-shirts that I was intending to send out. There's a couple that are there's like some issues. I think Bohemius, actually yours, is like in the queue, and I'm asking them, well, why isn't it, ready yet? So they're gonna get back to me on that. Sometimes there's like some technical issues, and sometimes it's just like you go through their form. This is Design Hill I'm talking about. I get my T-shirts printed through them, the HeroQuest fans T-shirts, and it'll be something like you can click through to the end and like complete your order, but it doesn't tell you, oh, you forgot to pick a payment method. So it just sits there forever. And then you got to like delete it and start over. It's kind of weird. You are slacking, get to pay. Yes. Well, as Bob Ross says, it's always a good day when you paint. And once I get started with painting, it's hard for me to stop. Like I'll keep on working on it, and it's like I'm supposed to go to bed and I like stay up for another hour and I'm still working on it. I'm like, oh yeah, that little spot could be a little bit better. And it's like the best thing is, yeah, you put on a stream from somebody else who's painting, some casual music, something to get you in the mood to just start working on it. And actually, this week, well, the week is almost over, but actually tomorrow, I have some time. I think you're right, Bohemius. I should just get started. Just put a base coat on there, see what happens. Just start doing it. Yep. And I want to say what I'm going to do, but I don't want to like spoil it in case that person is listening, so I'll just keep it quiet. I think we're at the stage right now. We're supposed to get everybody's address information, but I would just say if you are interested in this competition, it's not a competition. It's an exchange. It's for fun. It's for free. I'm going to put the link in the chat. A lot of people have come to me and said, oh, yield in, I hate it because, you got to register. I mean, this is 2025, man. This is in 2008. Why do you got to register on a forum? And why do you got to, verify your email address? And why do you got to make 14 posts? Well, let me just say, okay, think about when you first signed up for some social media account. You probably had to do you had to jump through a whole bunch of hoops to get it, right? Nowadays, a lot of social media stuff, you can just say, oh, sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook, sign in with Discord. So it's like you're linking your account to some other account that you set up a long time ago. So you've probably forgotten all the hoops you had to jump through initially to get it. So it's not that hard. It's fairly painless. And the whole thing about yield in is they say, okay, before you can download attachments or post attachments, like images, videos, and stuff, you've got to make 14 quality posts. 14 posts, like the 14 quests of HeroQuest. That was their thing. But just to post and read stuff, you don't need any of that. And right now, there's nothing that you need to do. So all you need to do is, I would just say, create an account, post in that thread, or contact the moderator. So it looks like Guitar Hulk is the guy who's running it, but I mean the main guy on Eilden is Daedalus or Didlius, however you say the name. So you can message those guys and try to find out like more details, like, hey, can I get in? So Bookham Dano says, I signed up for it. I have some old school minis from Warhammer Fantasy that I was thinking about using for it. That's awesome. That's great. Some of the things that, and I've posted before about this in past years, some of the stuff people have done is just like really elaborate. Some people go all out. But I think the fact that it's like a handmade thing, I mean, it's like going on Etsy and getting something that somebody made, somebody poured their creativity into it. I mean, a lot of times it's just, okay, it's a goblin holding a candy cane. It's like, okay, that's kind of cute. That's kind of funny. And I suppose you wouldn't have to say anything, but I mean, after you post the pictures, if you really wanted to, you could just repaint the mini to something else. If you wanted to like use it in your army and not have it be, the red gobbo or whatever. But I'm excited about it. I'm really excited. I think there was one year somebody got a treasure chest that was made out of paper. It was really cool looking. But they said like, okay, I put it on the table. I took a picture of it, and like 5 minutes later, it was torn apart by the pets and the kids. It's like, okay, but at least I got the picture. I enjoyed it for 5 minutes, and then it was destroyed. It's like, okay, well, it's a thought that counts. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be excited. Well, Dano, if I get you or you get me, hopefully it'll be a good time. Well, and I learn from other people too. When I see like how they do certain crafts or paints, it inspires me because like I want to know how they did it. Like how did they achieve that particular effect, or where did they get that color, or what was that trick they used? And when you can see it up close, you can go, oh, that's how they did it. Wow, that's so simple. I can do that too. You know, because a lot of these minis, you take a picture of it and it looks like a museum piece. Well, with mine, you zoom out in on it, it doesn't look that impressive. But when it's just at the table, like at arm's length, it looks amazing. It looks great. I'm like, yes, I did a good job on this. Not to sound arrogant or anything, but it's like this looks great. This looks great, and that's really all you need. I mean, if you want to go that extra mile and make it so, you pick it up and you look at it, up close, and then just every detail is perfect. Like it's a three-dimensional painting. I mean, that's really impressive. That's the next step. I definitely admire those people, but that's the time investment and maybe the talent I don't have yet. So for me, it's like, I mean, I'm okay with it being one color, like that board game look is fine. But yeah, if it's table ready or battle ready, that's fine by me. I mean, I definitely had to put more effort into the 40K miniatures I did than I would have been satisfied with. Like I didn't decorate the bases, but it's like, oh no, you got to decorate the bases. So I'm like, okay, fine. So I got some rubber cement, I got some black glitter, put that on, and it was a really cheap, really simple effect. But people were like, wow, this looks great. And under those stadium lights, it was like really sparkly and kind of cool. So Bohemyus, I hate forums in general. Also, they're not mobile friendly. Well, that's the other thing. That is a valid criticism. If you're on a phone and you're trying to view a forum like this that wasn't built for mobile devices, yeah, it's going to look kind of weird. But if you're just trying to get into the painting Christmas exchange, I think you can do it. I think you can do it because you don't have to do everything else on the site. It's just a matter of letting them know, hey, I want to sign up, and here's my contact information. I mean, you could just send them a message and say, okay, here's my email, or whatever, or here's the link to the Discord. Talk to me here. A lot of the people that are on there are over here too. It's just that a lot of them have different names. So I go by Kurgan over there, but I mean, some people have like a totally different name. And so you're like, wait a minute, who are you? Oh, I'm this guy. Oh, okay, now I know who you are. Yeah. Well, I used to be all about those forums. I mean, much more than chat rooms and stuff. I wasted probably hundreds of hours, thousands of hours on these forums. And I like to think I've matured a bit since then. So I'm not staying up all night, arguing with somebody about some stupid thing. But there's a lot of enjoyment to be had too. And there's a little bit less pressure to immediately respond to somebody. But yeah, I like our Discord. I enjoy it. But I also like the in forums. They do provide a window into the community of the past in HeroQuest. And it's not all perfect. I mean, you get people butting heads occasionally. You get some controversies occasionally. but it's a pretty good community, and it has a long history. So yeah, whatever you like. But anyway, I just want to throw that out there. So if you hear about this ye old Christmas exchange, you want to get involved, more the merrier, I say, no pun intended. So yeah, but yeah, I'll be working on those things. I've got tomorrow and Thursday and Sunday. I could work on miniatures. So I think if I just get started, that's sometimes the hardest part is just getting started. Just start throwing paint on the miniature. I'm psyching myself up here. Start throwing paint on the miniature and go from there, right? Because there's all this like, oh man, I don't know if I want to. Oh, what should I do? What should I do? Just do it. I think this time I might just try just putting paint directly on the miniatures. Like I've painted 3D printed stuff before and it's fine. In the past I've always primed them. So Bohemyus, since you're the one that sent them to me, it's PLA, right? Do you think I should prime those miniatures before I paint them, or do you think I should just paint them, just put the acrylic paint right on there? Like, I don't know, what do you do when you paint stuff? Because you've painted some of those miniatures, like you painted the legend, the orc wrestler, and you painted those trolls and the Wizards of Morcar. Do you have any advice? Because there's a lot of these miniatures I've primed, but the ones I picked out, I have not primed them yet. That would save me a lot of time if I didn't have to prime them, because then I could just sit at my desk and like paint them. Still there, Bohemius? I'll type it in the chat. Do you recommend priming those 3D prints before I paint them, Bohemius? Because I've got that Krylon flat black matte primer, which is really good stuff, and it dries really quickly. But I mean, it's still not instantaneous. Okay, he says I don't prime them, but I base coat them in gray. Bookham Dano says I would highly recommend prime. Better bond for the paint itself. For me, I prime in batches. Yeah, that whole batch painting thing, I definitely do that. I definitely had to do that with my orc army. With these, thankfully, it's just a handful. I mean, the rule is one miniature, but I mean, I have a few. I have like a handful. Because people do different things. Like sometimes they'll have one miniature, but it'll have like a diorama or something. That's the other thing. I got to come up with a way to protect it. I think cotton balls is something people do, and plus it kind of looks like snow, so that could be a kind of a fun thing. But yeah, there's like a character, and then there's a few other characters that go with it. Yeah, and there's a book that I was inspired by, which I've got to find now. I can't remember where I set it. I set it down somewhere in my messy apartment. I got a lot of clutter, unfortunately, but yeah, I got to track that book down for my inspiration. But if not, I can figure it out. Yeah. Remember the delay in Twitch? Yes. Yes. That's right. That's true. Okay, so that's the Christmas exchange. I know we didn't go through all the topics at the start here. Sorry about that. The other thing was, Bookham Dano says I have several shoeboxes worth of gray shame that are cool models to use. Well, one person put it like this: instead of thinking of it as the gray pile of shame, think of the gray pile of possibility, the gray pile of potential. 30-40 second delay. Oh wow, okay, that much, huh? Yeah, that's how it is. That's why we use Discord for our games instead of doing it like this. But this is the TheRantCast podcast on Twitch. And my voice is going. Okay, well, the other topic was Wizards of Morcar. So we're always getting back to Wizards of Morcar. When the heck is it coming out in the world of HeroQuest? Well, I've kind of gone back thinking about the things that Encarming told us at Gen Con, and thinking about what Doug said to us at the last Gen Con. You know, Chris Nato and Carmine, he's already spilled the beans on this. So you already know. And I was like, yes. Chris is a good guy. We miss him. He works at Tops now, which does BattleTech. So I'm thinking like, oh yeah, he is still back. He is still in the miniatures game. I don't know if that's what he works on though right now. I think he works on something else. Yeah, I've recently been in contact with him, and I get it. I mean, he can't talk about stuff that the company's doing now, that Hasbro's doing now, because he's not part of it anymore. But it was good to kind of catch up with him and be reminded of a lot of the stuff that he told us. I remember how good it was back in the day because we could be speculating about, well, why doesn't the company do this? Or why are they doing it like this? Or, why not like this? And then he would just kind of chime in and say, well, and he would give us a little insight in how their thought process works, how their design process works, time frames for things. Or wouldn't it be better if we did this? Or wouldn't it make more sense if we did that? Like, so he wouldn't outright tell us, but he would kind of like nudge us in the right direction of thinking about that sort of thing. And I really appreciate that. I miss that. But when we talked, I think he kind of reinforced a lot of those same like lessons, if you will, that he told us back in the day when he was representing Avalon Hill to us, and with Hasbro. And that was helpful. And I think that kind of reinforced a lot of, I guess, hope for me as a fan, because I think a lot of times we have this sense that, well, this company doesn't care. Any day now they're going to cut HeroQuest loose. They don't care about us. I believe that Doug and Patrick and Tess and Craig and all those people, Rob, all those people at Avalon Hill, they do care. Like, they're fans themselves. They're doing their hardest. They're doing their best. Even people like Joe Manganiello, I mean, always just a celebrity that came in. He has a stake in it. He really is trying to do something of quality. He really is hoping that fans like his work. It's like, that's great. But the question is always, okay, but what does the company allow them to do? And so I think we've seen it before. It's not hard to guess. But when they did those layoffs, that was kind of a turning point for the company. That was kind of a change in direction, a kind of change in focus. So I don't think the Avalon Hill people have changed at all. And I think they've gotten new hires and stuff. But the emphasis that Hasbro, the company, is placing on it seems to be different. Like, they've cut corners, they've cut back on certain things. Like, notice how all of a sudden those animated ads, those lore videos with Stephen Baker narrating, just suddenly stopped. It's like, okay, so you can imagine they probably cut the budget at some point and said, we're not doing any more of those. I think Chris himself was involved with creating those, so maybe him leaving had something to do with those going away. That's too bad. I mean, I really like those. Now, maybe from the company standpoint, I'm just guessing, they might be thinking, well, we've already established the brand now, so we don't need to do all that stuff. Like, that was just there to build it up. And now that we've built it and we've identified our customer base, we can leave it alone. Whereas I saw it more as this was a tradition, Yeah. Well, back to Wizards of Morcar. So my guess is that Wizards of Morcar was basically finished conceptually while N. Carmine was still with the company. Now, he reminded me that actually he didn't actually start at the same time with Avalon Hill that HeroQuest began. So, like, he wasn't really involved with the whole project until, like, later. So imagine, like, the HasLab campaign's coming to an end. They're getting ready to, ship the stuff out. And that's about the time all of a sudden he comes out and he's like, he seems like the face of HeroQuest to us, the public, because that was his role. It was him and Avalon Bill. Of course, Avalon Bill was Zargon in quotes on Twitter. And we made fun of his jokes, but it's like most of the time, like, Twitter Zargon, like, he didn't have any news to present. So he was just cracking jokes to try to keep people engaged, just to post something, But they got involved in those conventions. I think that was a good thing. The free quests, the digital quests, those suddenly went away. So I still don't know, do they plan to bring those back? Because we had Dread on the Horizon at Gen Con, but have you seen it online? I haven't. I mean, the only things online I've seen are the scans that I took of my own copy and put online. I haven't seen it posted anywhere officially. So I'm questioning, did they fire the person that was doing that? Did they cut the budget there? Why does it take so long for the PDF scans of the manuals to come out for each new expansion? Why does it take so long? Why does it take so long for the updates on the app, the companion app? So we had this flurry of releases, and now it's like Wizards of Morcar is left. So at Gen Con this year, as you know, I've said a million times, they did not allow us to do sit down interviews. Everything was off the record, meaning if I put a camera in Doug Hopkins' face, like Ash did, good on Ash Quest. You put a camera in his face, start asking him questions. He's not going to answer any of the questions on camera. The camera's got to stop, and you're just having a casual conversation with him, you know. And they do that so they can't be pinned down on specifics, but that was not Doug's decision. That was the company's decision. And that was because they had a PR person, and I guess that was to prevent, I don't know, anybody saying anything about Crypt of Perpetual Darkness that wasn't like approved. Like even Joe himself had somebody following him around so that any comments he made, you know, had to be screened by somebody, right? Let's see. Okay, so Bohemyus' guess is February. Okay, so my recollection was, because of course, as soon as they tell you you can't record this, it's like, okay, so now my memory is going to be like sharp. Like I'm going to be paying very close attention. I'm going to be writing it down quickly as soon as I can what they said. It's old school reporting. But Patrick did not confirm the dates. I asked him multiple times. He did not confirm the dates. But I was saying to him basically, okay, I see that you don't have Wizards of Morcar here now. It was in August. But it seems like you guys will release a new expansion in November. And if it doesn't come out in November, it's probably coming out by mid-January. And he said something to the effect of, oh, you seem to be picking up on the trends in our schedule for a release. See? So he, you know, and he's like choosing his words very carefully. So I was like, okay. So that tells me they probably will either release in November or in January. I don't know about a February release. I was reminded recently that Mage of the Mirror, which was one of the few expansions in Avalon Hill's HeroQuest that they actually came out with without a lot of like leaks and fanfare, and it was just boom, here it is, like Gen Con, here it is. And it, you know, when it came out in December. So there have been cases where we have had December releases. I think though that most of the time they will give us like a specific month that it's coming out. So, oh yeah, pre-orders August 15th. But then, you know, people will pre-order ahead of time, and then it'll get closer to release, and then it'll be like, you know, late July, and then all of a sudden someone's like, yep, Amazon shipped it today, here it is, you know, unboxing. It's like, oh wait, what? So it might be a January release and people get it in December. What you're saying is it could be February and someone might get it in January. Yeah. I know everybody's saying, well, I want it to be a Christmas release. I want it to come out for Christmas so that I can get it for Christmas. So ask Santa for it. Give it to your kids for Christmas, you know, whatever. Wizards of Morcar, they have said so little about it. But that store leak, that original store leak, it had Crypt of Perpetual Darkness and it had Wizards of Morcar. And that's how, in my mind, we knew that both of those were coming to retail. And it was a big bombshell because we had been hearing, and even from Chris himself and Carmine, was, you know, first it was like, well, maybe it'll come to retail. We'd like it to come to retail, but that's up to Joe. Or, as AshQuest often put it, Amalgam Ash, it's behind a Joe-shaped door. That sounds like a quote. Behind a Joe-shaped door. So whatever it was, Joe got the Crypt of Perpetual Darkness released, even though in the HasLab campaign the funding was not met. It didn't actually, that stretch goal was not unlocked. It fell short. But he convinced his friends at Hasbro to release his proprietary dragon and tiles and all that stuff. And then it finally came to retail. Thank you, Joe. Okay. When Wizards of Morcar was shown, it had a bigger price point than Crypt of Perpetual Darkness. So that immediately got the gears turning, and we speculated, okay, so Crypt of Perpetual Darkness will be a smaller box, like Keller's Keep, Return of the Witch Lord. And it was. We were wrong about the contents, of course, because we expected it to have a whole bunch of like translucent monsters, just like Spirit Queen's Torment, Prophecy of Telor. We thought, okay, it'll just be cookie cutter like that. But instead, we got all that other swag in it, all that other filler. And so people were kind of disappointed. Just like with First Light. I mean, well, at least with First Light, we kind of knew why. We knew they're trying to keep the cost down. They're kind of keep the box small because this is what Target wants for this mainstream big box release. But Crypt of Perpetual Darkness, we're thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be just like what we've seen already. So with Wizards of Morcar, my expectations were, okay, this is a bigger box, bigger price point. This is going to be like Frozen Horror or Mage of the Mirror, Jungles of Delthrak. It's going to be packed with content. It's going to be $45. People have talked about the tariff situation. It's like, okay, I say to myself, which would I rather have? Would I rather pay $45, same price, but there's like less content in there, or there's less plastic in there? I'm like, no, I want it to be the same level of quality as those other expansions, and I'll pay more. I'm willing to pay more. If you told me $75, I'd be like, no, that's probably too much. I'll wait till it goes on sale. But if it's like 50 instead of 45, that's not a problem. 60, I mean, Talisman 5th edition was $60. 50 is like what they charge us for First Light. 55 is like Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion, which is not a Hasbro product, but I mean it's about that same size. So I would still pay, probably 60 is the most I would go though for something like that. And I'd probably wait for the discount. But yeah, I was thinking November. So Spiel Essen is coming up end of October, so a month from now, almost exactly, before Halloween. And again, Avalon Hill didn't say they would reveal it at Spiel Essen. But I was like, so we can probably expect this at a convention soon, right? What's the next convention? Spiel Essen. Okay. Didn't really answer my question, but kind of didn't really, disconfirm it either. So I'm thinking, okay, so Spiel Essen would be the time. Now, does that mean they're going to just say, oh yeah, by the way, we've got Wizards of Morcar, even though everybody knows that already? Or are they going to say, here's the box, or yeah, pre-orders, or here it is for sale? I would love the last option to be true. I would love it to come out in November. But I have a sense that Wizards of Morcar has been done for quite a while. Like, they're just waiting for the right time to release it. Now, is that because they have just like a trickle of products now? Like they've cut things down and they don't have much left to release? I mean, I get the sense that Doug is hard at work doing stuff, but who's to say everything that he creates is, or organizes is going to come out, right? So I have the sense that they're behind schedule, behind the original schedule, before the layoffs, before the budget cuts, which my theory is that it's Wizards of the Coast failures and then Hasbro having to like pick up the slack and then making cuts. And maybe they are taking us for granted. The Avalon Hill HeroQuest, fandom, which is sad because I think they don't deserve that. I think they deserve better. I think we fans have been loyal. We've earned it, But I mean, we'll support the product if it's a good product. But I believe what Chris was saying. They're gonna make it full 10 quests. It's gonna be a full expansion. I hope they pull out all the stops. I would be willing to pay more, and I'd be willing to wait longer if it's good quality. If it's gonna be crappier but cheaper and come out sooner, like it's an easy choice for me. I can wait because I have the original. I can play the original right now. I don't need to buy their version. But I'm hoping that it's special. I'm hoping that they pull out all the stops, that they make it a really good release. Now, there's people saying, oh, yeah, Wizards of Morcar may be the final release. It doesn't have to be, but what if it was? If it was, I hope it's a really memorable, bestseller. And maybe if it is, maybe if it's really, really good, that will force Hasbro to realize that this is a good franchise and that maybe they deserve a little more support, a little more backing, a little more faith in their hard work. But if it's going to be the end, let it be an end to remember. Yeah, so Bohemyus, you're saying 8 to 10 months in delay in the pipeline. Could very well be. Could very well be. So I hope it's worth the wait. But the latest thing that I heard, this was from member Merlin. It's going to be special. It's going to have double the content. Let me get some images up here. So I'm going to go to my own channel. Yeah, some of the topics we'll have to get to next time. I was going to talk about Spaceballs 2. Apparently, it's really happening. It's not just a joke that Mel Brooks was pulling on the internet. Like there really is going to be a Spaceballs 2. And I mean, they made History of the World Part 2. So I don't know. Is it a good idea, bad idea? Probably it's a bad idea, but I mean, if it ends up being funny and worthwhile, sure, I'll sell a few tickets. Okay, I'm just going to go to my own channel here. Let me share the screen again. We may not be the most popular channel, but we hold it down. We keep it real. We do what we do, and we have a good time. So this is XSC3, home of HeroQuest fans. And of course, StrangeBus was on earlier. He is TheStrangeBus on Twitch and TheStrangeBus on YouTube. And let's see, in the post section. Okay, so this was Merlin on HeroQuest fans Discord. And this is what he got from Gap Games. So he writes, Gap Games had Wizards of Morcar and Crypt of Perpetual Darkness for pre-order after those leaks ages ago. I pre-ordered both. Crypt arrived. Silence on Wizards of Morcar until the day before yesterday when I received the message below. If I recall correctly, the pre-order had a placeholder image, the original from the 90s, including the text. I pre-ordered in early April 2025. Price was Australian dollars, 62 Australian dollars. Significantly less than the normal RRP, something retail price. See, I always think MSRP, manufacturer's suggested retail price, but whatever. Yeah, RRP for large box expansion. This was the same for COPD compared to Keller's Keep, Return of the Witch Lord, Spirit Queen's Torment, and Prophecy of Telor. Combined with your report of us expecting to see more cardboard. Oh yeah, let me pause for a second. Yeah, you may expect to see more cardboard in the near future or for a while. That was paraphrase of what Patrick said to me at Gen Con. Okay, back to Merlin's quote. I think that Wizards of Morcar won't have much plastic stuff in it, but so long as the wizards are there and some other goodies, I won't mind. Well, I'm going to disagree somewhat with Merlin here. I hope it's packed with plastic. And I'm not saying that because I want cheap crap from China. I'm saying that because that's what we've come to expect with these HeroQuest releases. And I think at the very basic level, the original Wizards of Morcar had the 4 evil wizard miniatures, and you had 12 men-at-arms, 12 mercenaries. They were good guys that you could hire. Because in the European sets, this came out in 1992, this was the first time you could hire mercenaries to supplement your hero party against Morcar's forces. And the way they had it was they used the detachable weapons. So you had the generic mercenary bodies, and then you had the 4 weapon types, the halberd, crossbow. The scout had a sword and a shield, and then you had the guy with the 2-handed sword, the swordsman. Well, the way Avalon Hill handled it, so those same mercenary figures were reused in the North American Frozen Horror Barbarian Quest Pack. So you had the 6 gray mercenaries. And they were gray because they would be both good guys and bad guys. So sometimes they were mercenaries you could hire to help, and other times they were monsters. Well, in Wizards of Morcar, they're always good guys. So I would expect them to be red. But the way Avalon Hill handled the mercenaries is they made them each, unique sculpts. So they had like a guy crouching with a crossbow. They had a woman with a halberd. They had the swordsman, with totally different pose. It wasn't just the mono pose with the bolt-on weapons. But as a result, they had 12 figures instead of 6. So I'm thinking with this box, they've sort of painted themselves into a corner because now instead of 12, you're going to have 24. Because to get all the combinations of weapons that the original box would have had, you'd need 24. Now, I suppose they could just go back to bolt-on weapons. I mean, they might go back to sprues. I have no evidence of that. They might do cardboard standees. I'm trying to think of like ways they would do it. But there's enough room in the box. I mean, I feel like Hispazargon here again. It's like there's enough room in the box to have all this stuff, but that doesn't mean that that's the direction they'll take. But they could fit 24 red mercenary figures, the same scale and maybe even the same sculpts as Frozen Horror, and the 4 wizards, and then that's it. That's all the plastic you get, and the rest is just cardboard. Or they might give us something else. But yeah, at the basic minimum, I would expect the 4 wizards. But I would be disappointed if that's all we got and the rest was cardboard. If that's what it is, I guess you could just take the miniatures from Frozen Horror and just use them. But yeah, I know people always say, well, if you don't get enough miniatures, just buy another box. And so now you've got double what you would have had. And yes, I know there's places out there like AliExpress, not sponsored, who sell blatant bootlegs of this stuff. And some people have actually bought them because they're like, hey, I mean, if this stuff is exclusive, like this HasLab stuff, I can't afford to buy, the original Mentor or Sir Ragnar Prisoner or Witch Lord. So I'm going to buy a knockoff, and I know it's a knockoff. It's maybe from the same factory, maybe from the same sculpt. I mean, I'm sure Hasbro isn't happy about that. But at the same time, you can understand why they did it, right? So there's a lot of theorizing that, well, maybe there'll be a female wizard this time. Or maybe those 10 quests that are padding out the original 5, maybe those are from the Wizard Quest pack. We don't know anything. But I've been ignoring your comments. Sorry about that. Bohemyus has his speculation. Bookham Dano has his comments. Okay. Bookham Dano says, more minis, like a dice goblin, but minis. Yeah. Well, the idea behind these expansions is they know that you have the game system, right? Or you have First Light. So you're starting from there, and you're adding the expansion to it. So the box ought to have everything you need to play. But we've already seen from Crypt of Perpetual Darkness, they kind of broke that a little bit. They kind of just, they just deleted some stuff. So I was going to make a separate video about this, but Crypt of Perpetual Darkness originally had like the entrance and exit doors from Keller's Keep, Return of the Witch Lord. It had all the spell scroll artifacts. You're supposed to shuffle that deck and then draw random ones. But in the retail version, there's only the 2 scrolls. So it's like, how can you draw a random? Oh, it's either one or the other, right? Or if you draw 2, well, you just get them both. There's no question, right? But if you had those other expansions, you'd shuffle them all together, right? And you'd have in Quest 3, there's like the cliff face tile as you're going through the corridor, and then there's those stairways that go up and down. But like those are gone because they don't assume that you own it. But it's like they could have included it, or they could have just told you, hey, if you own it, use these tiles. Just like the Elf Quest pack. I mean, it doesn't come with any mercenaries, but it says in there, if you have mercenaries from some other expansions, here's the time to use them. Like, it would be perfectly good. Here's a suggestion. So it's kind of like, on the one hand, I don't want them to make you feel like it's like a deception, like a sneaky sales practice. Like, you bought this one box, but in the box they're like, this isn't really complete. You got to buy like all these other boxes. Oh, now I got to buy all these other boxes, or it's not really, complete. It's not as it was intended to be played. But I would rather they do that than just cut the material. Like, they're not going to include it. So yeah, they could just say, yeah, get your Frozen Horror box out and use those guys. Let's see, more comments. Bohemyus says they probably received the same embargo that Grog Italia got. Oh, you mean the review embargo? I'm not sure. Well, see, review embargoes are, yeah, you're not, assuming you signed the agreement, you're not allowed to show the product until a certain time. I think that's different than like selling pre-orders. Because yeah, these stores, I mean, they can sell you a pre-order, they can take your money, but they won't ship the product to you until they're allowed to. Like if they ship it early or they sell it early, sell it, they could get in big trouble. They could lose their exclusive. They could lose their deal for the next time, and they don't want to do that. But I think it's different because when I don't pre-order stuff anymore, but some of these companies like you'll pre-order, so you'll click the button that says pre-order. They don't charge your credit card. All they do is collect your information and put you on a list. But what happens is when it gets to the date, the release date, then they charge your credit card and then they ship it, right? So with the Guardian Knights, I think they charged my credit card and then they refunded it. And then they charged it and then they refunded it. And they did that like multiple times because like each time they would get more stock in and then it's like, oh, and it's out of stock. And then finally they charged it and they said it's shipped. And like, oh, okay. I'm like, I'm never doing this again. But that was the thing. So it's like, does doing a pre-order but not charging your card count as a sale? So I don't know how those deals work. But maybe, yeah, maybe they said, okay, hey, you can't do that. But the embargo just says like, okay, if I'm an influencer and I got a copy early and I want to make a video where I'm unboxing it or playing it, they're not going to let me do that. And if I do that, I violated the agreement. Maybe there's some legal stipulations, but at the very least, I'm going to lose my access. I won't get any more free stuff from them again. You know, I'll lose the sponsorship. But yeah, so he got a response back. I should just read it. Sorry. I've been reading your comments and speculating. I should just read what Merlin sent. So this is what he sent. He posted this in the HeroQuest fans Discord, and so I posted a few other places. So this is from Gap Games, Australia. So unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are currently unable to supply these products. HeroQuest, Wizards of Morcar. The Australian distributor incorrectly released these products for general pre-order. We have been advised that there may be a release of this product sometime 2026. However, nothing has been advised. We do apologize for the inconvenience and have gone ahead and canceled your orders and provided a full refund on these products. Well, it's just a single product. Or maybe he ordered 2 copies. Your refund should take between 3 to 5 business days to process, depending on form of payment and bank processing. Okay, well, it's good that they did a refund. I think that's the right thing to do. But I think one person would look at this and go, aha, they canceled it. That means there's no Wizards of Morcar. It's not happening. Like it's canceled. I do not agree with that. I don't believe that, and I wouldn't say that. I would say, no, this just means, like you say, and like they said, there's just a mistake. They're not allowed to pre-order this early. So it's still probably coming out. And another thing is Australia got the Rogue, Heir of Elthorn, before anybody else did. They got it early. But for everything else, the Australian release lags behind everybody else. So just because they think that they're getting it in 2026 doesn't mean the rest of the world is. We might get it before they do. But at least this gives us sort of an expectation that it's possible that it's a January release. Or like you say, a February release. Maybe it comes out early in January. So we might not get it for Christmas time. I'm disappointed about that if that's the case. But I mean, I'll set my expectation. So we're probably going to get it next year. First quarter 2026. But if it happens to come out sooner, that's a bonus. And so I guess with companies, you want to set your expectations low and deliver high, right? So let's see. I got some comments from people. Paul Cooper says, at this point, I don't think we will ever see Wizards of Morcar Hasbro's going down the tubes. Well, and that got 1 like. I don't know about that. I think Hasbro has lost a lot of money. They have made some big mistakes. They have made some cuts. But I don't think they're done with HeroQuest yet. I think at the very least, they've already committed to 2026. And I think if they release one more big release and it's really well received, would that be terrible? I mean, if they were going to wrap things up but go out with a bang, go out on a high note, that's fine. I think Stephen Baker, in his interviews with Jordan Sorcerer, was talking about in the games industry, he tried to warn us. Who knows? In the game industry, because he did this, many months ago. But he was saying in the game industry, if you make a game and it lasts 1 year, that's kind of like, the minimum. But a game that lasts 5 years is like really in the top tier. Like you're really doing well if you made a game last 5 years, a new game, right? Not something established like chess or Monopoly. But of course, everybody wants to make Monopoly. They want to make the game that sticks around generation after generation. It's a perennial, game. But think about even Monopoly, like the amount of effort they put in to just keep people talking about Monopoly and thinking about Monopoly with all these new versions of it. You got hundreds of versions of Monopoly out there. But classic Monopoly, it's basically the same game it always was, just maybe cosmetically different, or Candyland or Risk or whatever. So it's possible HeroQuest could be one of those games, but compared to those other games, I mean, it's got a lot more plastic in the box. So it's going to be more expensive. It's going to be more intense to create. So we got to keep that in mind. So yeah, I wouldn't expect a company to support HeroQuest forever. But I would like it to be. I would dream that it would be. I would want it to always be available. So I am not predicting the end of HeroQuest here. And I think Wizards of Morcar, I think it's already done. I think at this point it's finished. Just like HeroScape, they had it all done. They've already invested all the money. Why would they just write it off? They're probably going to release it. They're probably going to try to squeeze every dime they can out of it. And the other thing was, we found out, of course, at Gen Con, and now it's just barely starting to happen. First Light is not a Target exclusive anymore. So now it's being sold directly through HasLab. And other websites are starting to put up sales. Now, what I'm waiting for is walking into Walmart or Barnes & Noble or Best Buy or, some other big box retail store and just seeing HeroQuest First Light new on the shelf, $50 or less. Not just a friendly local game shop. Like that's what I'm looking for. And so that to me is like HeroQuest is now mainstream again. So they've done all this work and they've gotten to the point where now finally HeroQuest is back in stores. And it's like, to me, that's like the beginning. That's day one. So why are we talking about the end of the franchise already? Like, oh, it's over with. It's over before it even started. We're talking about HeroQuest as if it's just another crowd-funded like hobby game that only a few people liked. I think it has the potential to be so much more, and I think Hasbro has worked so hard to make it that. What does Hasbro think about this? Do they think, oh man, we tried to make HeroQuest big, but we failed. Oh well. Or are they thinking it's still going to work? Now, since you don't have a Chris, NATO, we don't have an Carmine there anymore, who's going back and forth with the company and talking to us and telling us stuff, and who's going back and forth with Hasbro Gaming and talking up HeroQuest and what they're going to do and then delivering on those results. Without that kind of guy in there, it's hard to know what's really happening. It's hard to understand. It's so much guesswork. But to me, it looks like, yes, it's kind of a dark time for HeroQuest, but it could be just the beginning. It doesn't have to be the end. So I'm taking a kind of an optimistic view. But I think it's definitely coming out. And I think it'll be good. The question is, how good is it going to be? Because Wizards of Morcar can only go up. Because I think when it first came out in 92, it was kind of a disappointment for a lot of people. Because it had a lot of potential, but it felt incomplete. There was no ending. There was only 5 quests. The spells were kind of weak. They weren't developed very well. There were some playtesting issues in the quests, a lot of errata. And yet, it has a reputation, just like all these other quest packs, just like Against the Ogre Horde and Frozen Horror. A lot of people want to see it because HeroQuest doesn't feel complete without it, right? It feels like you got to release this last one. It's like releasing the Star Wars trilogy, but not releasing Return of the Jedi. It's like, why wouldn't you release Return of the Jedi? It's right there. It's the last installment. It's got to be there. It's something's missing without it. So they got to release it. But the question is, will it be memorable? Will it be good? Or will it be minimalist? You know, I think if it's minimalist, it's going to be disappointing, but it's going to be no more disappointing than the original was. I think the original, a lot of people took it as just kind of a sandbox, as a box of assets. It's like, okay, well, here's some tools you can use to make your own adventures. Some cool cardboard tiles, some cool miniatures, some cool ideas, some interesting cards, and you can make something cool out of this. But the storyline of, here's some monsters that will finally rival the heroes themselves, right? And here's a chance for the wizard and the elf to really shine. Like, this is magic focused expansion. So you got many more options for spells, many more creative uses of magic, things like that. And yet it's not the same as the Wizard Quest Pack, which the Wizard Quest Pack was designed to make the wizard a powerful character, make him an awesome character, make him a really cool, like, this is his chance to shine. Here's those powerful magical items that he was saving his gold for, all these quests. Like, that's what the Wizard Quest Pack was going to be, but we're not getting that. And yet there's the possibility, I mean, even though Luca Posky is working on that with the team, creating the fan-made version, Hasbro has all that stuff. They have copies of all those documents and all those sculpts and all that art. They could take any of that they want and easily port it into Wizards of Morcar to pad out those other 5 quests. And we saw Doug teased us with Dread on the Horizon, with Groshok's daughter. So it's like already you're thinking, okay, so they're adding new characters. There's new story stuff. Or maybe that has nothing to do. Maybe that's just a side quest and the actual campaign has nothing to do with that. It's not mentioned. Kind of like they did with Mage of the Mirror. They gave us the Rogue Heir of Elithorn. They gave him a whole backstory, a whole way that you could insert this character into the campaign and say, okay, he's, fighting to, get his rightful place back, as this royal that's been, kicked out and all this stuff. But it's like, no, he's not even in the story. But if you wanted to at your table, you could put him in there. Like, this is his motivation, right? He's in exile. So it'll be interesting to see what they actually do. Okay, so we got the comments. Bohemyus is guessing 0 reprints for the Mercs. Well, I too would like brand new sculpts. I would be ecstatic to see what they come up with. But at the same time, I recognize that the original, let's think about that for a second. Let's think about that. I know that with Avalon Hill, we can't always go by the thought that, well, they did X, so now they're going to do Y. Or no, they did X, they're going to do X again. So we keep thinking, okay, they released something, and then the next release is going to be just like that last one. Nope, it's different. So Frozen Horror came out. It came with dice. It came with pads. So when Mage of the Mirror was coming out, we thought, okay, it's going to have dice and pads. Oh, nope, it didn't. Instead, it had furniture. It's like, oh, okay, interesting. So the next one we think, oh, it'll have furniture. Well, and we were right. Rise of the Dread Moon, it had, more furniture. But then we thought, Spirit Queen's Torment, Prophecy of Telor, it has the translucent miniatures, it has translucent dice. Crypt of Perpetual Darkness has completely different stuff. So let's look back. So the original HeroQuest line, they reused sculpts. So the European release would have certain sculpts, and then the North American release would have certain sculpts. So the ogres in Against the Ogre Horde, the Ogre Warriors, got reused as the ogres, the 10 body point ones in Mage of the Mirror. Well, Avalon Hill's Mage of the Mirror used an ogre sculpt, but then when they remade Against the Ogre Horde, they didn't reuse that same sculpt for the Ogre Warriors there. So the Ogre Warriors in those 2 packs are completely different. There was actually 2 new sculpts. So you had like the female and the male Ogre Warriors, and one of them they used as a mercenary that you could hire, which was a new feature in the remake. But it was a totally different sculpt than the one from Mage of the Mirror. So you have a good point there. They've already set the precedent that they like to do that. But I'm still thinking in my head they're going into cost-saving mode. But you could also say, Crypt of Perpetual Darkness, maybe they kept the cost low. Well, one thought was they kept the cost low so they could pay Joe's fee, whatever it might be. Or they kept the cost low so that they could put more of that budget, roll that into Wizards of Morcar, and maybe they will make it a really special release. Maybe we'll get all new mercenaries. Maybe we'll get, well, the Wizards would be new. I would expect them to be new. But if they wanted to, they could just release it in a different color and just say, yeah, here's more of the same. So now you got your gray mercenaries, you got your red mercenaries. I hope they're red. If not, I'll paint them myself. I just feel like they ought to be red because they're heroic. Bookham Dano says, I'm down to just 8 minis to paint for HeroQuest. Another box of 20-something miniatures. I think I need to go buy some more primer. Oh, yeah. Well, cool. Yeah, that's kind of a project a lot of people have taken on is paint their set. Paint your whole set. I haven't painted any of the remake set except for I spray painted the elf a kind of a light green color, and I spray painted the ogres red and the boss ogres blue, and I spray painted the female barbarian light blue because I wanted to like simulate, get a closer simulation of the plastic colors that the originals had, the different colors. And I think beige and gray are boring. But I still like the fact that they use different colors and they don't just expect you to paint everything. Because a lot of people do, but a lot of people don't. Feels table ready without it. Yeah. Bookham Dano says, I didn't get the COPD box. I already had it from the Mythic haslabs. Well, me too. Really didn't see the point spending more money for shiny cards. Well, I had a chance to... Let's see, I didn't get mine autographed. I guess I just bought it because I wanted to support the effort. Like, Joe impressed me as somebody who really did care about the franchise and really was pushing to get it through. And I guess the fact that it came out at all made me happy. And there were improvements in the booklet. There were also some new mistakes that didn't exist, like the stat block for the dragon. But of course, we didn't find that out until later. So, yeah, I guess I didn't have to buy it. But I was like, it wasn't bad. I wanted it to be better. I liked the black dice. I thought the dragon looked a little better with the metallic plastic, the bronze plastic. I guess I was more happy that for people who missed out, they gave people a chance to own it inexpensively and it was slightly improved. But yeah, I would have wanted more monsters in the box, even if it was like $35 instead of $34. Okay. And I don't need a second dragon. I'm already not a fan of the sculpt. Yeah, I get it. A lot of people said the same thing. Bohemyus says, well, in the quests, I mean, to be honest with you, the quests there are fine, but there's much better quests in HeroQuest than Joe's quest. No offense, Joe, if you're listening. Your quests are fine. There's nothing wrong with them, but there's much better quests out there when it comes to expansions that you could buy. I'm thinking of First Light. I'm thinking of Prophecy of Telor. I'm thinking of Rise of the Dread Moon, Jungles of Delthrak. Mage of the Mirror and Frozen Horror need work. Like, they need a lot of TLC to make them fun and playable. There's a lot of potential there, and fans have come up with ways to make them fun. On their own, they're a bit too hard. Joe's are a little more reasonable, because he definitely put in some difficult mechanics, but it's not that terrible, especially if they're experienced heroes. Because we've played through it. You can check it out on HeroQuest Fans on YouTube. Bohemyus says, pre-order is still an acknowledgement that the product exists, even if it's not been officially announced. Oh, I see. Yeah. No, I'm just getting to your point now. So that is an important point. So they might have been chastised and said, hey, listen, you can't be taking pre-orders already for this. But then you would think, well, when's the real pre-order beginning? So I'm looking forward to see what Ribby is able to get out of Doug at Gamehole in mid-October, and then we'll see at the end of October Spiel Essen. You'd think if it's a January release, they could still talk about it. Would they have something ready to show at Spiel Essen or maybe at Lucca at the end of the year? I would love to buy it before that, though. I mean, like I said, if it's what I imagine it to be, it's going to be worth it because it's a good concept. It's kind of like completing the storyline. Those quests are going to be hard though. They're going to be challenging. But if they give you another 5 quests to like kind of build up your characters, your characters could be prepared. And if they tweak the spells to make them a little more interesting, because some of the hero spells are a little too weak, like you'd never choose them voluntarily because the basic spells are much better. If they can make those better, that would add a lot more variety to the game. I mean, you could even have, other magic users in there and give them different spells to kind of make it, a more interesting combination. Like you wouldn't have to have like, 2 pure fighters and 2 spell users. You could have different combinations because we have so many new heroes now, but most of them are restricted. Like they only get 3 abilities and that's it. Like those never change. Whereas the wizard and the elf, they can swap out their spells every quest if they want to. Although in actual practice, usually people pick the spells they want and they just stick with that. But if it's not working for you, next quest, you change it up. Bohemyus says, if you remember last year, we were waiting for the announcement of Wizards of Morcar and Luca, and I was certain they're going to do it because the Italian guy that normally presents the covers, they heavily hinted that he was going to do it again. Well, see, that's the thing. I remember that, and I remember how disappointed people were. People were devastated because it's like, yeah, we thought, well, naturally they're going to show it, and then they didn't. So something happened. There were some. They were probably. I'm just theorizing. They were probably ready to do it, and they must have gotten some announcement. It's like, nope, nope. So they have to do it right this time. If they disappoint everybody again, I mean that's bad PR for them. It really is. But if they can keep that anticipation going, if they can keep that desire going, I mean, where are the previews? Where are the teases? Like all we've gotten is Dread on the Horizon. That's the only thing, and they haven't put it online yet. So why not? What's the holdup? So maybe you're right. Maybe this is a sign that we're not going to see it this year. But see, I think if it's coming out next year, it's in their best interest to, even if it's just another leak, even if it's viral marketing, do something. Show us something. Leak an image, something. Give us something. Give us some idea of what this is going to be and why we should buy this. Rather than just, I mean, what are they going to do? Just say, okay, and here it is, buy it. Like, it's just available. All of a sudden, it's just available out of nowhere. I mean, that's risky too because people don't know about your product. It has to be based on word of mouth then. Yeah. But yeah, if there's some animosity, I say animosity, but if there's any kind of tension or disappointment between Luca and Hasbro, maybe they won't really reveal it there. I think that'd be a shame. I mean, I'm sure they want to show it. They don't want to not show it. Bohemyus says, but he didn't even show up, meaning something was changed. The mercs are going to be purple like the Cadre. Oh, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. So do you think they'll be elves instead of humans? Because I mean, in the old HeroQuest lore, this was the Empire. So these were like, what, Knights of Britannia, or they were like the Men of the Empire or something like that. They were, well, they call them mercenaries. And I guess they're dressed like mercenaries, like Swiss guards or something. They kind of looked like that image. But the new ones, I mean, they just look like, I think I've got a few of them here. No, I don't have any to show on camera. But yeah, they were just like, just men and women dressed in like chainmail. They didn't have helmets. They've got like they were like lightly armored, like pauldrons and stuff, fan braces, and they'd be carrying like whatever weapon, a sword and a shield, halberd, crossbow. But they all look to be human. I mean, I guess you could paint them and say, oh, they're half elves or something like that. But the cadre of the Ravensvale, they were supposed to be, elite loyalist elves, and they were dark purple. And that pack was kind of interesting because they were starting to give us new colors. Like before that, they'd stuck to the same color schemes that HeroQuest had always had. The green, the off-white, the gray, the brown, red. But all of a sudden we had like translucent. We had clear miniatures, the Spectres. We had the dark purple Cadre the Ravensvale. And then Jungles of Delthrak gave us the bright green, monsters. And Against the Ogre Horde gave us beige. So we had new things. Oh, and Jungles had like translucent yellow. And of course, Spirit Queen and Prophecy of Telor gave us recycled sculpts from the HasLab campaign, but I mean, they were translucent green and orange. And then Doug was showing off, the fact that they have lots of different colors now. You got bubblegum pink ogres and yellow raptors and stuff like that. And those are not for sale. Those are not out there, but they did all kinds of color tests for the miniatures. And I've seen even some of these bootleggers are selling, not officially, of course, but I mean, they're selling stuff. It's like they're different off colors. But I think dark purple would be better than gray. I always wanted to see dark blue. Like, I want to see dark blue come back, because that was a color. I mean, the Ogre bosses and Against the Ogre Horde and the Wizards of Morcar themselves were dark blue. Or even kind of like the medium blue ogres from Mage of the Mirror, the original. Black is a really cool color for miniatures, but the problem is it's hard to see detail, especially on camera. You got to have the lighting just perfect to see it. So that kind of like dark bronze that they used for the dragons in Joe's pack and in First Light was pretty good. No, I said purple because I like the color. I don't like they're going to be elves. Okay, Bohemyus, no problem. See, you're an honest man. You like the green because you like the green. No other reason. You like the purple because you like the purple. Yeah, it's a good color. And you could say the more of a color you have, the less special it is, I guess. The less special it looks. This is assuming you keep everything unpainted. So I like the pale yellow of the undead, but you get a mass of them together, and it's like, okay, it just kind of blends together into a big blob of that same color. Same with the green for the orcs. I was looking at my HasLab set, and the green of like the abominations is like a lighter color than the dark green of the orcs. And some of the orcs in the later packs are like an even darker green. And that's probably just different batches of plastic. But I kind of like that. I kind of like that it's not exactly the same color. It's subtle. It helps you keep your sets straight, like when you're putting them back into the boxes. So they did the same thing with Frozen Horror. I mean, it was pastel blue for most of the figures. Same thing with Mage of the Mirror. But when you put them side by side, you see that the Frozen Horror ones are a little more blue, and the Mage of the Mirror one's a little more green. Okay. Bohemius says, I bet Spielessen is going to be revealed. Yes, and open the pre-order for January, February shipping. See, that's reasonable. Bookham Dano says, okay. Yeah, it's true. Hey, Gold Public. I don't always read the comments of context. Sorry. I always read the most recent one. Sorry, guys. Let me go back. So Bookham Dano and Bohemius are leaving some good comments here. So Bohemius says, Mercs are going to be purple like the Cadre because he likes the color. They're going to be new archetypes. See, I'd have no problem with that. Part of me really wants them to be the same exact ones that they were in 92. But Avalon Hill has shown their willingness to change and adapt and modify these things when they know that like fans are okay with it. And I think a lot of fans are okay with Wizards of Morcar being changed somewhat to make it better and make it more different than just feeling like it's just stuff copied. Because here's the other thought. What if they are planning to do something with the Wizard Quest pack? There's a lot of stuff that's copied and pasted. So if they were going to release both of them, yeah, they could save a lot of money just releasing them as is. But if they want to make them different from one another, they're either going to have to change Wizards of Morcar or they're going to have to change the Wizard Quest pack. So which is easier to do? Maybe this is the experiment. They'll change a little bit of stuff here, and then they can always change it back, to make the designs more familiar. But I have no proof of that. I have no proof that they're going to release the Wizard Quest pack officially. When Chris Nato was with the company, we asked him about it. He seemed to downplay it for many reasons and kind of like put that idea aside. Like, He didn't say it's not going to happen, but he said it's probably not going to happen for these reasons. And he gave plenty of reasons. Yeah, I didn't want to hear that from him. I wanted to hear him say that it was going to happen, just like I wanted him to say that Space Crusade was really going to happen. But he was gentle but firm. Like, probably not for these reasons. So if those reasons could be overcome, then maybe it could happen. If they're desperate and if they're willing to take the gamble, maybe we will see that. Bookham Dano says, maybe they would include Mentor Mini in Wizards of Morcar. I think it'll be a nice touch for those that don't get it from the HasLab release. Okay, this was something that Chris Nato reminded me of. And I think this is not like not revealing anything that shouldn't be revealed, because he already said this publicly like years ago. But he reminded me that what he said was, when you look at the HasLab pages, which are now archived, so the original crowdfund for HeroQuest, Avalon Hill HeroQuest, they actually said on there, okay, these certain figures are exclusive. Here, what am I doing? Let me get a visual. So I'm going to grab the archived page and we're going to read it. We're going to look at it together, because it's probably been a while. It's been a while for me since you looked at it. Because I didn't really think of it in these terms, but there could actually be legal reasons why they couldn't release those figures again, or at least in that form. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how that works. Like, would somebody really sue Avalon Hill here? Somebody really sue Hasbro for saying like, hey, you said this was an exclusive and now you're releasing it again. It's false advertising. I'm mad. Would there be a class action lawsuit against Hasbro? Are they really afraid of that? Apparently, that's a thing. So that might be what's holding it back. Like, they said it was exclusive, and it's darn well exclusive. So this is the web archive. This is Internet Archive, Wayback Machine. Yes, it's back after the hackers took it down. So this was the Hasbro Pulse HeroQuest page. And you can see some of the links are broken. The video is broken. But this was the old page. Man, I'm getting nostalgia vibes from this. This is 2021. This was October of 2020. Yeah, October 2020, the HasLab campaign. So here it is. So this was, yes, Rogar's Hall by Stephen Baker. Where's that in the app? Come on, guys. Bard playtest by Doug Hopkins. Man, remember this? Druid playtest by Doug Hopkins. Warlock playtest by Doug Hopkins. Painting the Dungeon by Brian Wilk. Okay, Brian Wilk. I had forgotten all about Brian Wilk. I don't think he's still with the company. Am I wrong? But yeah, he was painting the furniture. Quite well, I might add. Yep. HeroQuest Artist Spotlight Max Dunbar. I'm going to post this link in the chat. So if anybody wants to reread these articles, kind of remind yourself of what we were reading. Most of the stuff I was just like sweating and skimming and like, debating this stuff on the forums. As soon as something would pop up, I would immediately post about it. Like, sometimes I wouldn't even get the article read before I post about it. So, but that was a different time. Now we can kind of like go back and say, what do you remember what they said? Oh yeah, here it is. Notice how the box has changed. Like some of the things like they changed before the final release. So we click on Learn More, and it slowly loads because it's an archive page. Because they took this down from Hasbro Pulse. You can't see it anymore. But you can see how much they pledged. Okay, don't click that because then it'll reload. So this was $3,721,949 pledged out of the target of $1 million. Funding completed. Okay, I misspoke earlier. Okay, so the crowdfund project will run from September 22nd, 2020. So it already had started. Oh yeah, that countdown to 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on November 6, 2020. If successful, the project will begin shipping around fall 2021. And I remember, I think the first confirmed unboxings were in October of 2021. like October 30th, October 25th, somewhere around that time. And then of course we had the Guardian Knight stuff and the new box in 2022, that whole debacle about the Guardian Knight. But yeah, there's the heroic tier, mythic tier. Okay, all right. Sorry, I got distracted by all this. Let's get into it. Okay, the heroic tier includes the core HeroQuest game system featuring 71 highly detailed character and furniture miniatures, as well as 4 bonus hero miniatures and 1 exclusive miniature only available during the HasLab campaign. Okay, so if you were like a lawyer reading this, would you say 4 bonus hero miniatures and 1 exclusive miniature only? So there's no comma. So does that mean the 4 bonus heroes are only available during the HasLab campaign? Or does it mean only the 1 exclusive miniature is only available during the HasLab campaign? Let's keep reading. It looks weird because the original background was not white, but you get the basic idea. Digital concept shown throughout, actual product may vary. These are CGI, obviously, but we were thinking, yeah, it looks almost like metal. Okay, limited time exclusives. So is this legalese? Does this mean something to a lawyer that it doesn't mean to me? Sir Ragnar. Okay, so Sir Ragnar Prisoner is limited time exclusive. The heroic tier features the fan favorite character, Sir Ragnar. This version of the character miniature will only be available during this campaign. Okay, and I think I remember a lot of people remember this. This version of the character miniature. So we were thinking, oh, Rise of the Dread Moon is going to have Sir Ragnar here dressed as a knight, right? He's got the beard, but maybe his hair is a little better cut, that kind of thing. We didn't get it. We got the artwork. We didn't get the miniature. And then Carmine explained it, saying like they had thought about doing it, but they thought, well, what is he going to look like? He's just going to look like a Dread Warrior with the helmet off, with the beard. That's it. It's like, well, they could have made him look like how he looks on the cover, but they decided instead of doing that, that frees up space for another character. So they gave you the Guardian Knight, which everybody wanted, with the helmet on. And I guess a lot of us thought, hey, you can just use that Guardian Knight miniature as Sir Ragnar. Like that's what you use to represent him in the game. Because he could be anybody under that helmet. But anyway, so this tells you, okay, so this says pulse bonus. Pulse bonus. So you got the female barbarian, female dwarf, male elf, because they made the default elf female in the new Avalon Hill HeroQuest, and then the female wizard. So these are the bonuses. So does this mean that these 4 characters can never be released? Or these 4 characters can never be released in retail? Or does it only mean this character can only not be released into retail? So there's some question, like, did they make this too ambiguous? Is this why we haven't seen these figures? Is this why the male elf we got was a brand new sculpt, which I think was a better sculpt than this? And the female barbarian was a new and better sculpt. So I'd be fine if they gave us a new dwarf and a new wizard that were better than these, but still like a female version of the character. Because First Light we got all new character sculpts. But it was still, they were all male except for the elf, who was female. Okay, so 71 base plus 4 bonus plus 1 limited time exclusive. Okay, well this sounds like it's only Sir Ragnar because it's 1 limited time exclusive. So maybe, what are the chances that they could put these 4 characters into Wizards of Morcar? Or maybe just the wizard? I don't know. I don't care if there's no valid story reason. Just put them all in there. I'm okay with it. But if they have 24 mercenaries and 4 wizards, maybe they don't have room. Or maybe they don't want to charge $75 for it or whatever it is. So maybe we won't get that. Would I sacrifice a few of those mercenaries to get these? Yeah, I would. I don't know about you. I think maybe there's some other people that would want these. Because right now, if you want these characters, you got to go on eBay or Board Game Geek and pay through the nose. Probably not even Board Game Geek. Probably got to go on eBay and you got to pay, hundreds and hundreds of dollars to try to get these characters, especially if you want to get Sir Ragnar. But let's just put Sir Ragnar to the side. Let's assume that we can't get this guy anymore. They can't just change the color. Well, what about this? What if they just change the pose? Like, what if instead of on her right leg, she's on her left leg? It's a different sculpt. All they got to do is manipulate the CGI model, and it's technically a new miniature, and they haven't broken their promise, right? Now, they would have to make a new mold, which would cost them tens of thousands of dollars, right? But they could sell it, and they could make some money. Maybe the dwarf has the battle axe in a different, at a different angle. Maybe the elf has a different gesture, different hand gesture. Maybe the wizard has got fire in her hand or something. I mean, you could make such an easy change, and you could make it the same color or different, but you could make both people happy. So the original people who got the collectible, exclusive, rare, limited time thing, they've got it. And with Sir Ragnar, I mean, you've got a prisoner version. You could have a knightly version. You could have maybe a version where he hasn't fallen to the dark side. He's not the traitor yet. Or maybe he's a full-blown traitor. Maybe he's wearing the chaos armor or the dread armor. It could be a cool idea. I always said, if they did a villains pack, this could be a cool thing where they could have, different versions, just like just like Marvel and DC do with their action figures, or McFarlane Toys. Like, they'll give you multiple different versions, or Playmates with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They give you the same character, but you can buy different versions, or WWE figures. And there's so many versions of that. So they could give you all the different Sir Ragnars. They could give you all the different versions of the Witch Lord, of the Barbarian. They could start giving us versions of the heroes where they're wearing some of their gear. Maybe the elf could be wearing full plate like this. You got the wizard with the staff. But I mean, what if the barbarian has a helmet on, or I don't know, is carrying a shield? I mean, we got a dwarf with a shield. There's lots of ways they could insert those characters into the box to add more value to it. Yeah. I think as we go on, I think I pretty much made my point. Okay, let's see. Pledge now, 4 bonus hero miniatures and 1 exclusive Sir Ragnar miniature, only available during the HasLab campaign. So Sir Ragnar is the only exclusive, but only available during the HasLab campaign is true of all those characters so far. Yeah, so I'm looking for anything proprietary here. They don't use the word proprietary. That was Joe Manganiello's term. I wonder if they told him to say that, because he said it like 4 or 5 times in the same video. Okay, so the Mythic tier. This was what I got. So 4 bonus hero miniatures and 1 exclusive miniature, only available during the HasLab campaign. That's the heroic tier. So you get all that, plus 2 game expansions, 2 more exclusive figures, and all available unlocks. So 2 more exclusive figures. We know what those are. So let's keep looking. This is the old archive. See this reinforced door and this iron door, or the wooden door and the steel door? I was expecting this would be in Joe's pack too, but they weren't. They just use regular closed doors. But I mean, if you have these, you could use them. Okay, limited time exclusives. Mentor and Wizard Hero card. But I mean, again, what if they took this same figure and they changed that little pendant he's wearing to the like dread symbol, the Zargon symbol, and say it's Zargon? Like, what if he looked like that, Or he's holding the book in the other hand, or I don't know. They could just change something very subtle, release it, and you could paint it the way you want it. The Witch Lord's cool. But what if he was like sitting on a throne? Or what if he was, I don't know, just had a different pose? I think he's a cool looking character. Why would he have to be off-white like an undead? Because he's technically not an undead character. I mean, yeah, he's got a skull for a face, but he doesn't have 0 mind points. He's like a lich or whatever. He's like a Nazgul or something. But I mean, you could make him dark blue. You could make him gray. Would be kind of boring. But I mean, there's other colors you could use. For Mentor, you could make him a different color and call him an evil wizard. Or you could call him Morcar or Grim Dead. Okay, pledge now, blah, blah, blah. Okay, one exclusive. All right. 4 bonus miniatures, 1 exclusive miniature only available in the HasLab campaign, as well as 2 more exclusive figures and all available unlocks. Mythic unlocks. Below unlocks available when stretch goals are met. So they didn't say that these are only going to ever be available here. So we got the Warlock in Prophecy of Telor retail. These skeletons and goblins, I mean, we got these in Prophecy of Telor and Spirit Queen's Torment. You know, we got Stephen Baker's booklet. We got the zombie female. Nikki Dawes Druid is so far still exclusive because we got the Druid in Against the Ogre Horde, which I think was a better design. We got 2, no offense to Nikki Dawes, great artist, but her version here wasn't as cool. I mean, actually, the one that they released looks better than this even. This is not the final design, but the halfling version I think is a really cooler. It has better character, and I think she did that one too. So they hired the artist back to do it again. The Hammer Orc was cool. I liked him. I liked the I'm gonna get you female mummies. Those were good. Teos Abadi as Spirit Queen's Torment. We got that. Bard Hero. We got that in Spirit Queen. The better abominations. I call them better not because I didn't like the original design. The original design is great, but this doesn't crowd as much on the board. It's a little better. And the Dread Warriors, we only got 2 of those. And that's between 2 packs. So it was like 1 in each pack. So they were kind of stingy with those. Dread Sorcerer, we only got 1. It's cool. The extra Gargoyle. This one was not met. 3.8 million. This was not met. So did Joe get us this one? Like, because his tier is down here. See, it was not met. 4 million. He talked his friends at Hasbro into releasing it. Now we got it in retail with his tiles. Doesn't say proprietary here, does it? But we got this extra gargoyle. We got 2 of them. We got the red one, which was implied that you would use it as the Warlock's demon form. And then we got a transparent version as well in Prophecy of Telor, like the fire demon. Was that the thing? I'm forgetting now. Was it orange or was it green? Because I've seen a green version, but I think that was one of those rare off-color versions. But yeah, I mean, they could do more of that. What's in the box? Version. Will all the models be gray? Thankfully, it says based on community feedback. See, that was one of those things back then. I'm like, yeah, these guys know. They know their audience because they said, yep, sure thing. We'll do it. Guest designers. And that was it. Okay. Well, a bit of a trip down memory lane, but also looking at those things. So I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, so this is the Rantcast. We're a few more comments. So yeah, I just wanted to go through the HasLab campaign and show you and make my prediction. So I would really love to see every single sculpt from the HasLab campaign come to retail. And I think that's what Avalon Hill wanted as well. But I think Chris warned us back in the day that there were reasons why we weren't seeing certain ones. So they've done a remarkable job looking back. So over these 4 years, those 4 bonus heroes and the 3 exclusives have not been seen. And then the only other one we haven't seen is the Druid design. And I think when it comes to the bonus figures, it's an open question. I don't know if they could release those or not. If there's legal reasons why they couldn't release Mentor, Witchlord, and Prisoner Sir Ragnar, okay, fine. But why not change the sculpt or change the pose? You know, keep the basic aesthetic, maybe make it just a better version of it and release it. Like, I'd be okay with that. I don't think you'd offend collectors if you did that. I don't think people would try to sue, but I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But I think for the fact that you still got people out there that are willing to pay hundreds of dollars for them now, says you've still got a chance to make some money and make some people happy, get some loyalty from fans. All right, let's go back to comments. Yeah, so the Mentor Mini in Wizards of Morcar, sure, why not? He could be the fifth wizard, or he could be. They could use the Mentor miniature as a basis for a Morcar character. I mean, we've sort of had that teased for us. Remember Cristabal's leaker? Maybe there'll be a fight with Zargon. Of course, some of those sources turned out to be unreliable. He apologized for it. So who knows, right? Could have been something to throw us off that people had false information. Who knows? But just to get another wizard miniature that the players could use in the box, I'd be 100% for it. I want to see a female wizard. We haven't gotten an official female wizard outside of the HasLab campaign. So I think that'd be a golden opportunity. But why just one? Why not multiples? I mean, I did not expect to get 2 druids and a wolf in against the Ogre Horde, but we did. I didn't expect to get 2 berserkers and 2 explorers in Jungles of Delthrak, but we did. I was expecting more than 1 knight in Rise of the Dreadmoon, but we just got 1. So I think it's whatever they're able to do with the budget and the space considerations. But I think space is going to be at a premium for Wizards of Morcar. But think about how they've done it in the past. Think about how in Against the Ogre Horde they gave us 4 Ogre Warriors. And they gave us 2 different sculpts. So there was 2 of each. Well, one of those sculpts they identified as the potential Ogre mercenary that you could hire. So you could have used him as a mercenary, or you could have used him as an enemy, or both. In Mage of the Mirror, they gave us extra copies of the elf archers and elf warriors, but they didn't give any explanation for why those were in the box. My theory was, just like in the text, they say, well, if you have any mercenaries, you could use them here. Well, what if you just don't? You just don't have them, but you still want to use them. Well, you've got those extra elf figures. You could just say, yeah, this guy's a mercenary. He doesn't have any stats. Well, you could use the monster stats. And how much would it cost to hire him? I don't know. Just come up with an amount and say, sure, he costs this amount to hire. You could just do it yourself. Because you don't actually need those extra creatures. I mean, if you want to jazz up the quest, I mean, the quests are already hard enough. But I just saw that as, they're not telling you to do it, but they're kind of giving you an opportunity. Just like they didn't say that that's a dice rolling box in First Light, but you could use it as a dice rolling box. It's kind of a cool idea. It's kind of intuitive. Okay, so Bohemyus says, oh, let me get to the other comments here. Sorry. And then they'll wrap up for the night. Thanks everybody for the discussion. I know it's been kind of a meandering thing, but I feel like the pieces are kind of coming together. It's like the conspiracy guy with all the string on the wall, and all the push pins and everything leads. It makes all sense when you get together. Yeah, sure it does, buddy. Keep on thinking that. Yeah, there's a pattern. There's a purpose here. Okay. I really hope that Spielessen is the reveal. So Bohemia says Bologna already announced COPD this year, and if the European team are coordinated, like was explained by that guy, they split the presentations. The German team is the most probable. And Bookham Dano says, I mean, they did release the dragon for COPD for purpose of counterpoint. Yeah, well, it's funny to listen to people's comments from before, because a lot of people didn't like Joe's dragon. And then we got the First Light dragon, and that was Doug's design, I think. Or his, I can't remember now. Did he design it? Well, he talked about it as his, so I think he did. because they do bring in a lot of guest artists, but some stuff they do in house. So he designed that. Hope I'm giving him proper credit. Yeah, and I liked it. I actually like Doug's dragon better than I like Joe's dragon and Joe's dragon. You could call it Max Dunbar's dragon, Max's dragon. But I mean, Joe is the leader of the COPD project, and he was friends with Max Dunbar before, which is probably how he got attached to the project in the first place. He remembered playing HeroQuest as a kid. He was friends with Max Dunbar. Max Dunbar was working on HeroQuest. He's like, I got to get in on this. Hasbro was like, yes, we can get this D&D celebrity guy that people like to help stump for our program and get more eyes on the project, and it worked. But yeah, so anyway, some people preferred, or some people, I think some people didn't like the Joe's dragon. When they saw Doug's dragon, they were like, well, actually, Joe's dragon isn't that bad. I prefer like the two base or two square base size dragon. I don't mind the monoposed look. I think it looks more retro. And yes, as many people have said in First Light, he's not a true dragon. He's basically, spoilers, a guy turning into a dragon. So it's more like a humanoid, dragonoid, half dragon, not dragonborn, but half dragon kind of thing. It's like, okay, fair enough. And then Joe's dragon is like the chess piece, dragon crouched over a pillar. But as Bohemyus reminded, you did have an alternate artwork of a dread warrior riding on top of the dragon, which would have been even more amazing. But obviously they didn't go with that. So not everything that Max Dunbar or Joe Manganiello came up with ended up in that box. So even if I'm speculating that Joe maybe had more creative freedom than maybe some of their guest writers, but even he, didn't have complete carte blanche. They still had a budget. It was probably top heavy enough as it was. It would, to have this comically small Dread Warrior riding on top of him. Dragon Riders are cool though. Bohemyus says only Ragnar is exclusive. Well, that's a good theory. I would say Ragnar, Mentor, and Witchlord are exclusive for sure. Yeah, okay, you did admit it down below. Yep, got him. Got him. Yeah, so those three. But what about those other ones? But by the same token, if there was any problem, couldn't they just manipulate the sculptures a bit and release them in a different plastic color and say it's different enough? Just like they gave us the Bard in the shiny plastic. I mean, he wasn't exclusive, but they wanted to do that to appease, collectors. So I think, to me, it seems like an easy sell. People want them. They've got them already. It's minimal effort. I mean, yes, they got to change the molds to make them, slightly different so that they don't run afoul of any potential legal problems, if that's really a consideration. But I mean, and Carmine said it when he was with the company. So why would he say it if it wasn't true, right? He must have known something and felt comfortable saying it to us. And he didn't retract it. He didn't go back and say, oh, I misspoke or something. It was like, nope, that's what it is. So there must be some legalese that says they can't release it exactly as is because they said it was exclusive. So how much do they have to change it before they're allowed to release it? And it's okay. Are they willing to put in that effort? But again, it seems like minimal effort compared to like making something completely different. Even though it would be pretty awesome to have a new design for Mentor, a new design for the Witch Lord, a completely different, female wizard that looks way awesomer than what we got. Way awesomer. It's not a word. Let's see, other questions. The 2023 talks about a mythic tier box with we are missing some Mentor, Witch Lord, and 4 heroes. 2023 leaks. The information in the leaks are real. They didn't fail yet. Have a great night. Yeah, thanks, Bookham Nano. I know we're drawing to a close here. We're at our 3-hour mark, no breaks. I think it's disappointing to hear that Wizards of Morcar might not come out this year, but don't give up hope because I think it's definitely coming out, and we still don't know officially that it's not coming out this year. All we know is this particular store in Australia jumped the gun. This particular store in Australia made a mistake and had to withdraw and refund. So I still think there's a good chance that we could get it this year, but I'm less confident in saying that now that Merlin shared that from Gap Games. But I guess we'll just see. If Spiel doesn't even mention it, I'm gonna be kind of disappointed. Because what's the next? Oh yeah, you guys can help me that. I can prove that. Okay, Bohemyus, remind me. After Luca, what's the next game convention the next year? Like, what's the next one? Because I feel like when's the opportunity if after November, if it's going to be like a January release, is there a big convention in January or February? I'm kind of forgetting because I was thinking it was like March, April before we get something. I'm just thinking of the timing of it because they'd want to show it. Cannes, oh, of course, Cannes. So when is Cannes? Cannes Gaming Festival. I know I could look it up here. I could just look it up. If you know, go ahead, post it. Yeah. I'll have to edit it out. If you saw a QR code on your screen, that was my movie ticket. I mean, the movie's over, so you can't see it. Geb? Oh, February 28th. February 28th. Yeah, the month of Geb. Sorry, Bohemius, giving you a hard time with your typing. Okay, so February. Well, that's fairly late. Then again, that's all right. Well, okay, let's just think about this. So if it's February 28th, that could still work because if Wizards of Morcar gets delayed till January, like let's say mid-January, just guessing. Let's say it's delayed till mid-January. Let's say they show it. Well, they could show it at the convention. When they show something at a convention, that isn't always like the first time. Like Mage in the Mirror, just they were selling it. It's like boom, here it is. Like there wasn't a pre-reveal. It's like we're showing it to you, and there you can buy it. Same thing with Spirit Queen and Prophecy of Telor. It's like we're showing it, and there's the pre-order. Like boom, boom. So what if they showed it? Well, it's kind of like we're thinking, okay, it's just suddenly available to buy, and then a month later we're actually doing the unboxing at the convention. Well, not everybody buys the product the instant it hits the shelf, right? Not everybody buys it the instant it becomes available. Some people wait. Some people want to see more about it. Like, yes, when they put it on the website, they usually show you the front of the box, the back of the box. They tell you what's in it. They show you, pictures of the miniatures, pictures of the tiles. They don't show you everything, but they give you a fairly good idea of what you're getting for your money, right? And maybe it's a pre-order, and then you wait, and then it finally comes out. But at least like you know the exact date that you're going to get it, right? It's going to ship on this date, or between this date and this date. And yes, I know with the pre-orders, like I've been pretty lucky because I'll see the pre-order and I'll be like, nah, I'm not doing it. And I'll just watch very carefully, and I'll see somebody will say, oh, Amazon shipped mine, and I didn't pre-order. And I'm like, really? So I'll go to Amazon, and it doesn't say pre-order, it says order. I'm be like, okay, I'm gonna roll the dice. I'm gonna buy it myself. And then sure enough, a week later, I get it, and it's like, okay, I've got it. I don't like to pre-order stuff. Not after the Guardian Knight thing. Big thumbs, small phone. Hey, that's all right. Better than small thumbs and a big phone, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to say. Yeah, so that could make sense. But if it was released, if they wanted to coincide the release with the convention, that would kind of suck because we're waiting another month. It's still Q1 2026, but instead of November, it's like got to go through December, January, February. But we've had February releases before. I think the small hero box collections have come out around that time. It's like, oh, it's a Valentine's Day gift. Um, well, it's after Valentine's Day, but I mean, in the month of same month. But yeah, they could do a showcase. They could do a demo of it, promote it, because yeah, not everybody's going to buy it immediately. Plus, the other thing is the staggered releases. So all these releases are multinational. So it's not just in the U.S. and Canada or Mexico, or it's released in Europe. Sorry, it's released in Europe. Um, it's released in multiple languages, and not every country gets it at the same time. We always joke about like, well, okay, which country is going to get it first? Oh, Australia got the Rogue first, or Germany got the Frozen Horror before we did, or whatever. Some lucky country gets it first, or gets to see it first. So it could be, if they do it's like, oh, well, maybe the European version is coming out a little later. They get to play it, and that's their exclusive. But maybe the US gets it before. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Would I want to get it first because I live in the US? Sure. Yeah, I'm definitely biased in that way. But at the same time, I've got Wizards of Morcar. So I would be getting it for the new content. And I would be getting it because I'm supporting Avalon Hill, which I think they still have that passion to, do HeroQuest right. Make it in such a way that the fans will like it. Like, they have a pretty good idea of what we want. And so I don't need it right away, but I still want it. And I still trust them to do a good job. But I also feel like if it's done already, that makes the wait worse. Like, if they're still working on it, still refining it, still making it better, still adding like even better content, waiting for the absolute best time to release it, versus, oh, it's just delayed and it's just collecting dust and we're just waiting for no reason. Like, that, to me, that frustrates me more. Like, I get where First Light was delayed, maybe a small delay because of the cover. It's like, okay, stand on principle. Don't want a cover that looks like, slapdash AI. Like, I want a cool cover, and it was worth the wait. Okay, so Bohemyus has some more comments. No, but they can do a showcase. They did do a showcase of COPD and Gen Con with the product available to buy. That's true. Yeah, just because they got to show something. So it could be a recently released product. Not everybody's had a chance to play it yet, so why not show it off? They may have bonus content for it. I mean, they gave us bonus content for lots of different quests, packs. Frozen Horror had it. Rise of the Dread Moon had it. Keller's Keep had it. They call Dread on the Horizon a prequel quest for First Light, but it's really a teaser for Wizards of Morcar, which you don't find out until the end. Spoilers. Yeah, so play that quest. So that's kind of cool. Is there a connection then between First Light and Wizards of Morcar? I wonder. Because First Light is written after, but it takes place before a lot of the things. It's like taking place during the game system. And it teases stuff that's going to happen in Rise of the Dread Moon. It teases stuff that happens in Return of the Witch Lord. But it also talks about a lot of other things. Those could be teases for other stuff. And we know that Stephen Baker wrote other quests for that pack. What happened to those? Are those going to come out sometime? It kind of makes you wonder. So they could have lots of ways to promote all these products. So that's absolutely true. I agree. Bohemyus said the Monk shipped January 15th, 2024. First Light shipped 12th of January. Wizards of Morcar probably shipped in the same period. They cannot miss the Q1 release. Yeah, so January, February, March. Sometime in that window. So yeah, maybe we won't have Wizards of Morcar under the Christmas tree this year. That'd be a shame. But if you're asking me, I've got lots of HeroQuest, and I've got lots of other games I can play Believe me. Believe me. If I want to sit down and play a game, I haven't played Talisman yet. Still got to do that. And yeah, the Wizard Quest Pack fan project isn't released yet. That may or may not come out this year. We still don't know. I would encourage Luca Posky and everybody else in charge of those decisions. Release it. I've seen what you've been doing, and I think it's good enough. You could release it. I know you want it to be perfect, but just release it. It's okay. Just release it. That's my encouragement to you. Not my decision. It's yours. But we did have the prequel quest. So Dark Magic, we played it on the stream. I'd play it again. I'd play it with friends. I'd play it with family. It's pretty fun. I would modify it, of course, because it's a solo adventure. I mean, it's if you only got one person to play with, sure, you could do that. But I mean, we modified it. We had it with 4 heroes. Well, 1 hero and 3 mercenaries. It can be done. Yep. But the Wizard Quest pack could tide us over while we're waiting for Wizards Morcar. Hey, Steve RS 2000. You know, you've been posting a lot lately. I appreciate your posts. He says, "Morning, Kurgan. See you've been busy whilst I've been asleep. Look forward to catching up on the Rantcast today." Rantcast. Well, yeah, you can see StrangeBus. At the beginning, we were talking about EA. We're just wrapping up here. Bohemyus says, "We already had 2 HeroQuest products this year. We must face it. They slowed down releases." Yeah. Well, that's what I've been trying to say. I think we've seen it. And I think it's safe to presume that they cut personnel. They've added new people because at Gen Con we met all kinds of new people that are working there. But most of them seem to be working behind the scenes. My impression was they're working behind the scenes. So mostly it seems like they're bringing in like guest writers and freelance artists and like guest, like people come in temporarily, they do some work and then they leave. They move on to other stuff. But they do have some new in-house people. But I mean, like Michael is doing the role that Patrick O'Rourke had previously. But Patrick got promoted, so he has a new role. And so I don't think there's anybody doing in Carmine's position anymore. I think his role basically got eliminated. I think. I could be wrong. I'm open to correction if anybody knows. I feel like nobody's going to correct me, though, because nobody's talking about those things. But structurally, it seemed like he had a certain role, and when he was let go, it just went away. But they have other roles that are still there. And so, there's no equivalent of Avalon Bill. But, I mean, Michael is doing what Patrick O'Rourke did before. Of course, I feel like Patrick, I mean, he did interviews. He made himself available for interviews with us and with other stuff. He did marketing videos and things. But I mean, he was on the Discord, but I don't remember seeing him answer questions like publicly. And Carmine did all that, or Avalon Bill did that, or more recently, Doug Hopkins did that, like answer questions. I mean, what Michael was doing was I was sending him all this stuff about the app. I'm like, who do we talk to about the app? He's like, I'll pass it along. I'm like, really? Okay. Like, here's a long list of things like we want them to do. And he seemed like, yep, I'll send this along. That's a good idea. I think they can do that. Here, we'll send it. I'm sending it to him right now. I mean, some of our suggestions were let us name the mercenaries, really easy stuff. When you put the updates on the pages on, the Google Play Store and the App Store, say what the changes are in each version. Don't just say updates and bug fixes. List it out. Like what were the things that you changed? What were the things that you fixed? What are the features you added? Do something like that. That's, it's like, okay, that's easy. I'm trying to think. I think I said, oh yeah, Rogar's Hall, we want that in there. We want the Guardian Knight in there. I mean, I think everybody knows that. I can't remember all the things I said, but I mean, there were specific like bugs that people had noticed. Like, okay, this is a bug. This is a bug. The mercenaries should be able to use items. Like that was a big problem. Like Rise of the Dread Moon, and Carmine told us, like, notice what it doesn't say. It doesn't say they can't use artifacts. It doesn't say they can't use potions. It doesn't say they can't carry equipment. It says that it says those restrictions for the human mercenaries in Frozen Horror, but it doesn't say that about the elf mercenaries in Rise of the Dreadmoon. So it's like, aha. So in the app, you click on the character and it says, cannot use these things. It's like, what do you mean? In the booklet, it doesn't say that. So if they free it up, I mean, Sir Ragnar, you could hand him a spell scroll and he could use it. Same with the orc allies. But for some reason, those mercenaries, they made them all the same, which makes them less special, makes them weaker. Because Rise of the Dreadmoon, the big thing was the mercenaries were fewer in number, but they were like miniature heroes. So they were more valuable. So you could use them more strategically. You didn't use them as cannon fodder, you became more attached to them. But then, that all kind of feeds into it. But why not just let us use any item for any mercenary in the app? You could still have, the honor system. One person is playing and wants their mercenary to be able to carry extra gear, and another person just wants them to just only use, their base gear, and that's it. So the crossbowman will only ever be a crossbowman. And if he dies, he dies. If he dies, he dies. I can't do a Dolph Lundgren impression. He dies, he dies. But somebody else might be like, you know what? I don't want my crossbowman to get killed. I'm going to give him a helmet. I'm going to give him a potion of healing. Let him get a death save. That's the other thing. The death saves in the app. So the only time it ever actually comes up is if you pass through rock and you accidentally leave your character inside solid rock. It'll tell you like, oh, you're trapped inside solid rock. You're dead. You lose all your stuff. Unless you did it by mistake. And it's like you can cancel and back up. So it's like all you did was you took your finger off the cursor too soon. Like you didn't mean to do that. You just made a mistake. So with the mercenary though, if you pass through rock and you do the same thing, there's no back button. There's no undo feature. It's just he's dead. Too bad. He's removed from the game. You can't. Now the nice thing about the app is you could use the Fang Warden amulet to like generate a raptor just in the middle of the quest, and you could just pretend that raptor is the mercenary that just died. Like you're moving a dinosaur around, but you're saying, oh, he's really a swordsman. But anyway, it would just make the app a little more user friendly, a little more versatile, because there are people legit out there who don't have a group to play with, who want to play the official quests, and they don't want to spoil it for themselves. They want to be able to just like discover it as they play and play pretty much rules as written. And so those people use the app. And so it's great that the app is free and that it doesn't have ads in it. And if they're going to keep supporting it through December 2026, why not make it as good as it can be? Why not add those improvements? So Michael seemed very open to doing that. Now, my question is, does he have the power to actually do that? Like, and is it really going to happen? So he might tell those programmers, okay, here's all the stuff that I want you to add. And that might say, well, that's very nice, Michael, but we don't have time. We don't have the budget to do it. And so we're not going to. Or maybe he'll realize, oh, that was nice, but it's too ambitious. It's not going to happen. Hopefully that's not true. Hopefully everything he said is going to come to pass. And in the next update, we're going to see like some really good stuff. Rather than, the app won't get updated at all until the next expansion. And then we'll just have the next expansion and that's it. Okay. All right. Final comments here. And then I think we'll call it a night. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on the Rantcast podcast, episode 85. It's been a long one. Been a good one. Every time I take a week off, I always feel like I got to talk more. Bohemyus says, we already had 2 HeroQuest products this year. We must face they slow down the releases. Yeah, I already read that. Sorry. Quarter 1 and quarter 3 is the new standard. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So January, February, March, July, August, September. Of course, then that makes me wonder if they give us Wizards of More. Let's say they give us Wizards of More quarter 1 of 2026. What's next for the year? They haven't said anything. So what would it be? Would it be the rumored Abomination quest pack that was part of an alleged leak? That now we're questioning whether it was ever reliable. Could it be a crossover product with Talisman, or not Talisman, HeroScape? The other theories were Talisman or Dungeons and Dragons, some other fantasy game that Hasbro is producing or licensing that they could cross over with HeroQuest to appeal to both sides. Maybe something like that. Or would it be something else we don't know about, we haven't heard about? I mean, there was a really old rumor about dwarven furniture. I don't think we ever saw the dwarven furniture. Or Encarmine saying, I can't wait to drop that bomb on you. And he was referring to the question of who is Morcar and who is Zargon. Was that talking about Wizards of Morcar? Or was that talking about something else, like some new project? Was that a reference to the fact that there's a Grimdead character in the Japanese HeroQuest? I mean, I tried to ask him about that at Gen Con, and he was just like, a couple years ago now, 3 years ago now, but it was 3 years? Yeah, 3 years ago. Wow. It was, he mentioned the stuff, but he didn't actually say it's coming out. He even joked when I said, so when is Wizards of Morcar coming out? It's like, I don't know what you're talking about, but if we did do it, it would have 10 extra quests. We'd make sure it was play tested, When we got to talking about who is Morcar, who is Zargon, is it this just a different name for the same character, or is it a different character entirely? But I can't wait to drop that bomb on you. So if whatever that was that he was trying to tell us, to tease us, is true, maybe this is leading into something, right? Crypt of Perpetual Darkness ends on a cliffhanger. Joe, would you come back and do another expansion? I can't answer that. PR person, don't answer that. I can't answer that. What about Stephen Baker's other quests? They let him say that in an interview. Sometimes you wonder if these guys just let stuff slip. They just say it. Oops, wasn't supposed to say that. Or is it something that they screened ahead of time? Like, hey, you can tell them this, but make sure you say it like this, and don't say anything more. Don't answer the follow-up question. It's like they've teased those things, right? What about Battle Monsters? Like, Battle Monsters is not Battle Masters. Battle Monsters is a remake of Battle Masters, but it's using the like Monarch Godzilla film lore. So it's like, okay, why would you do that? Why not just release Battle Masters? So I don't know. We know that Hasbro still has a good working relationship with Games Workshop. They did Talisman together. I'm sure there's more Talisman stuff in the works. People have been talking about that. I know there is. People have been working, but I'm just not as big a fan yet, so I don't really follow it as closely. But yeah, what's next for HeroQuest? Or is this the end? Is there a reason why they're not telling us more stuff? Is because they don't have more stuff? Are they waiting to tell us about it? What's going to happen? I would love it, though, if there was another just big leak and they just said, oh, yeah, here's the next year of stuff. That happened to us before, but like all that stuff that they talked about is now out. Like all of it. Bohemyus says, next is the Abomination Aquatic expansion plan for 2025 or a new hero or mythic box. Not true. Okay, Bohemius, you're going to have to, I know it's 30 seconds ago, but not true. Which is the not true part? Not true that, are you disagreeing with the people who say HeroQuest is done and there's nothing more coming out after Wizards of Morcar? Because I disagree with those people as well. I hope they're not right. But I feel like Avalon Hill has so much material left in terms of legacy stuff that they could remake and new ideas, that they could probably keep making HeroQuest for another 20 years. I really think that. If they don't get burned out and quit, they're going to keep on just churning out stuff. My thing is Hasbro going to support that? Or at some point, are they going to step in and say, that's it, no more? And I guess we don't have any control over that, and we don't have any way to predict that. Like, until that happens, we don't know about it. Like, but when it happens, we'll all know it. That it is all out from the leaks. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, I get it now. Okay, Bohemyus, yes, and I agree. I probably contradicted myself. I probably see a lot of times like I try to say the things other people are saying, not because I agree with them, but I want to because I want to address that. I want to look at that from that point of view. There's people out there that are saying Wizards of Morcar is not coming out. It's been delayed because it's not coming out. I disagree with those people. I think they're wrong. There's people out there that are saying Wizards of Morcar is the last HeroQuest release. That's it. I don't want that to be true. I don't think that's true. So I disagree with those people as well. I hope they're not right. But I think as far as concrete projects that we've only seen enough evidence to show us that Wizards of Morcar is real. The fact that Stephen Baker has written more quests for First Light, to me, is not as concrete, because I know that with all of these games, there's lots of ideas that never get released. There's lots of stuff that gets written that never gets publicly released. So I would love to see Stephen Baker's stuff, but there's no guarantee that that'll come out. Then again, why would he tell us that if there was no chance that we'd ever see it? I don't know. Maybe just to tell us, like to say, hey, I have all kinds of great new ideas. Maybe he's hoping like to get work, like that they'll call him back again and say, hey, we want you to do another round of quests. Like, I'm ready. I've got them. I mean, if you ask Craig Von Ness, do you want to, do another HeroScape pack? Heck yeah. Like, he'd be on it in a minute, right? But that doesn't mean that that's going to happen. It would be nice if it happens. I think a lot of this stuff, if the fans are clamoring for it and Hasbro thinks that they can budget for it and it'll make money, they'll do it. But we might not know for 18 months, 18 long months, if it's really going to happen or not. Yeah. Well, Bohemyus, do you wanna just hop into voice chat? I could do a few more minutes here. I probably should get off and get some rest myself. But if you want, I'll hop into the HeroQuest fans Discord, and we can talk about this on the stream here. All right, so I'm hopping into HeroQuest fans Discord now. And Bohemyus or whoever, if you want to join me, try to be brief. Yeah, I'm not going to go another hour here. We got to edit this as it is. But thanks for joining us on the Rantcast. This is much more than a power hour. Hey, Bohemyus. You're live. The Rantcast. Go ahead. You can say something.
Yeah, I needed a second to mute Twitch. So, no, talking about what is coming, if we put together all the information that we have, okay, we have at least 8-10 months of delay on everything. So all the leaks that we had, they're in delay too. So everything that was in the leak that is not out yet is going to be released, most probably, because it's already in the pipeline. They just need to push.
So you don't think they've canceled any of their plans? They've just delayed them. They're just stalled.
They're all delayed because until now they're coming. Everything that was in the leak is coming out perfectly, exactly like in the leaks. Okay, even when Cristobal make a huge apology It was not necessary because everything that was in the leak was perfect. Okay, was nothing was out of. He just misunderstood something, so he apologized for something that probably he said that he should not have said it because he
Yeah, I'm
misunderstand
remembering.
the message.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
I remember now because I think when I heard the stuff he was saying, my interpretation of it, and probably the reason for his apology, I was thinking we were going to see those things in against the Ogre Horde and Jungles of Delthrak, like that there was going to be some
We
kind of
saw them.
yeah. So we saw some similar things, but a lot of things were not like that.
No, we
So
see exactly what. Okay, the what was explained, for example, the one of the aquatic mission was the misunderstanding. He misunderstood that there was going to be Jungle of Tertrak because the informant said, I'm not sure. The expansion have another name. He didn't release the name, so he was talking about completely another expansion. He Cristobal thought it was Jungle of Tertrak while he's actually talking about an expansion that needed to be was not even production, so could not have been Jungle of Deltrack.
well, and
It was an expansion that should have been released this year, in 2025.
well, and I
But with a delay.
I'm glad he did the apology. I can't blame him for speculating. If I had gotten information like that, I probably would have speculated too, and I probably would have been wrong, and I could have misunderstood.
Well,
So
he speculated, he misconstrued the message that was said to him. And the everything that was described for the Ogre Horde actually is true. Okay, we misunderstood. Okay, because the guy that actually leaked everything was a translator. He didn't have all the material in front.
yeah,
And whatever you describe it was actually present in the game. You say the door in cardboard. Yes, it's because if you go, I don't know if you have the booklet of the Ogre Horde
in the original they were
at hand
cardboard.
to check. Okay, no. If you check, okay, in the page where there's a page that say cardboard component. Okay, and in that page they're talking about the doors, even if then they're not made of cardboard, but in the booklet they are. You can think that they're made of cardboard because if you read it, okay, without um, without context, you can think that those doors are made of cardboard. There's a chest, an ogre chest. Yes, we have the ogre chest. The ogre chest, well, without spoiler, okay, you know which one is the purple chest.
Yeah,
There
that's
is
true. That's true. At
okay.
the time,
Oh,
at the time,
yes.
I was picturing a new plastic piece of furniture.
Everybody was doing that, but
Yes, I know
it's
what you mean.
our mind that makes it
Yeah, because
wrong.
we've played it now, and we've seen what the ogre chest actually is, and so that
Yes,
wasn't wrong. Fair point. Fair point.
not even.
Yeah.
Not the cardboard door. Really, open the booklet at the page where the door are described. In top of the page, there's a title that say cardboard components.
So if they're reading like the draft for the translation,
Yes,
it's not wrong. It's just out of context. It misleads you.
it's misleading. Yes,
Yeah.
but what else? Describe it. There was not that you think it was not there because everything was
Um,
there.
those are the main ones, and I'm gonna look at the booklet
Hmm.
myself because now that you mention it, let's see. Let's see. This is against the Ogre Horde book, page 4. I'm not going to show it on the screen, but dungeon features: tiles and reading the map. All cardboard components should be carefully removed from the cardboard tile sheet. Note that the tiles are double-sided, front and back, and many tiles are different. Next to most components is a
Yes,
symbol that represents components, but then the next thing you see is the stone doorway. And it shows the
exactly.
picture.
But
And in
imagine
the
you are a
original,
translator that
yeah,
doesn't have any idea that those doors are made
yeah,
of plastic.
right.
In the first sentence, say that all the next components are made of
Yeah, you
cardboard,
think, yeah, it's
you will just
group it together.
imply.
Yeah, true. Well, and in the original version, they were cardboard. So that might
Yes.
bias you as well if you're thinking that in mind. So yeah, it makes perfect sense how they could misunderstand. Yep.
And what else was wrong? Nothing. There was actually nothing
Well,
wrong. It's just
there was
it's
the what was I'm forgetting now about there was a female dwarf. Was that because we thought, well, it's just the halfling
Yeah, yeah, because he didn't
druid
want
who's
to
female,
explain what kind of hero
or
was
the
in the
female
box.
explorer in
So
Douglas Delthrak? Yeah.
yes, what he actually said. Okay, Cristobal was the one that actually
Well,
guessed
and to
there
be
was
fair,
there was.
there's another layer of this too. So it's the translator telling Cristobal, and he's saying it in the video, and I'm reading it in subtitles because I don't speak Spanish. So there's layers of interpretation. Some of it could be lost in translation. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, the person that the leak didn't want to spoil much, give some information, and didn't want to say that actually was another character. But you when Cristobal asked if he was a dwarf, the guy said you can say that,
You
okay,
can
because
say
it's
that.
actually like yes, but it didn't specify that it was actually a dwarf. Okay, he's a fight, a, a kind of
A halfling or a gnome or a small
a
person.
fighter. Yes,
Yeah.
he didn't specify which kind of character it was.
Yeah.
That one was just a guess.
Well, it's kind of like if they said there's a wizard in the box, but oh no, it's not really a wizard. It's actually a warlock, or it's a mage, a sorcerer, at the
Yeah,
witch. Oh, okay. Well, it's a magic dude throwing magic. It's a wizard. Okay, I get it now. Yeah. So it's like close, but not exactly. So rather than saying it's completely wrong, it's saying, well, there was a grain of truth there. It was just misunderstood.
was everything misunderstood because I believe everything was true. Okay, so that the fact that everything actually came out until now is proof, and also it's coming out exactly in the same order that was described by this guy. So how we can actually not being a good source and at the same time catch exactly all the expansion and
Yeah.
with the proper timeline
Well,
is impossible.
yeah. So once again, if we think an aquatic abomination type expansion, all kinds of images pop into my head when I hear those types of words, but they might not be anywhere close to what it actually is. So in a way, it's like I still don't know anything about it. So it's like you've spoiled
Well,
me, but
they
you haven't.
well they talk
But it tells.
about
Well, the one thing it does tell us is that there is something coming out, as opposed to nothing, right? So there's some expansion that has those themes in it.
yes, the information I have on that box. Okay, there. Okay, there are all very old notes here that I got, but it's talk about crocodile monsters, crocodile men, like the lizard men, kind of.
Yeah, some type of
Uh,
reptilian characters.
there are also some kind of reptilian or amphibian character. They are Huanti, well, you say Huanti, but probably they're called in a different way. But anyway, it's part of of the folklore,
Mm,
okay, in general. So it can be used. And then a big boss abomination. And remember the discussion we had some
that'd be
days
cool.
ago in private about the big bosses. So it fit.
Sure, it would fit. Yeah, and they've shown their willingness to release alternate sculpts of familiar monsters. So we've got variants of orcs and goblins and undead.
Yeah.
So why not
Then
abominations?
inside also, what else? A new hero? Who knows? what could it be?
Yeah.
And the part that struck me the most was exactly the informant said that the name was not Jungle of the Truck.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the part that strikes me the most.
Hmm. Well, and when it comes to settings, I mean, having like a swamp or a Atlantis, underwater city, or I don't know, water world on top of the surface. I mean, there's lots of ways you could do that, and that would fit into plenty of different fantasy tropes. You could explore different themes that way, and it would be interesting. It wouldn't be out of place for these archetypes of fantasy that HeroQuest is, exploring beyond the stuff we had from the 90s. So, yeah, it could be fine.
I really like the Abomination because really remember the old monster in Castlevania when you go in the
Oh, yeah. The fishmen that pop out of the water.
underground. Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, the fisherman with trident attacks you.
Yeah, those guys.
My God.
Yeah, I died a lot fighting those guys. Back in the day, I didn't have an NES myself,
Wow.
so I'd go play on my friend's Nintendo, and yeah, I couldn't get very far, or I'd rent the game, and yeah, Castlevania was very difficult. Even Super Mario Brothers, like you had to practice those games a lot to like memorize the stuff, learn the secrets and everything. Yep. Now I can get through them, but that's because I'm a grown up and I can own a copy and actually play it. Or you can cheat your way to the end if you really have no patience.
Anyway,
Game.
in conclusion, just very little. Okay, the other stuff that should have been released this year were another hero and the box with the mythic stuff that we're missing from the campaign.
Yeah.
So still part of the same
Well,
link.
and that theoretical mythic box is very, very small now. I mean, it's down to
Um,
7 figures, right? 8 figures.
I don't know because I don't know what could be because if they had like an hero and also
Unless it's
a group of mythic, they can do two small boxes of stuff like a 2 heroes collection. I don't know.
yeah, they could do that. They could release a piecemeal, or what if it was a repackaging of all that stuff?
I,
Like they could
I don't
release.
know. I hear in these 2 years, I hear a lot of complaint about the fact that dwarf and barbarian are not to the same level as before. Okay, so probably they can add something for them, but
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. That
I'm
was
not
is
sure.
only
I'm not sure I understand. You said
computer guess.
people are complaining. What?
Yeah,
What are they?
okay, they're reading on Facebook or other places. Okay, they always say, well, from when they released the dwarf and the berserker.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Explorer and
okay,
Berserker.
people start complaining. Okay, so in these last 2 years, they start complaining on the fact that the barbarian and the dwarf now are like sub characters
Oh, that they're not as
compared to.
unique and
Mhm.
interesting because they have this variant.
Yes,
And it's like, well, even though to me it's like, well, no, there's differences between the barbarian is simple on purpose, right? And the berserker is different. If you play them both the
yeah,
same, you're gonna lose. Like you have to adjust your strategy. Same thing with the explorer. But I get
I
it.
agree.
People see it and then they immediately have a reaction. Their gut reaction is to say, oh, it's boring. Now there's no point. It's pointless.
Yeah, why should I take a character that doesn't have abilities? It's better character with better with abilities.
Yeah.
That is the
Everybody gets 3 cards. Oh, the barbarian doesn't have the 3 cards, so he's boring, or the dwarf doesn't
no.
have it. But I mean, people said that when the knight came out, they were like, "Wait a minute, he's got 7 body points and 2 mind points. Well, why would you ever pick the dwarf?" I'd be like, "Well, you pick him because he can disarm the traps, and the knight can't." And the knight has his abilities, but they're all based around like defending another character. But you have to get into the character to know that. If you just look at it on the surface, it looks like, yeah, you just made one character obsolete. One of the classic heroes is now pointless. And so, yeah. So if they gave us a new wizard type character, let's say, that's different than the wizard, but is a variant of that archetype, would people have the same reaction and they'd get negativity? People saying, "Oh, now the wizard's pointless. I'd never pick the wizard now because I got this new
Well,
mystic or
in
whatever."
the interview, in the
Mhm.
interview of with Doug
Oh yeah,
last year in
yeah.
Luca, he actually heavily hinted that they are thinking about character probably is coming in Wizard of Warcraft. This new spellcaster.
It'd be a perfect opportunity. So maybe the female wizard isn't just a wizard. Maybe she's some other type of
For
war
sure, it's going to
warcaster.
be male and female. There's
Oh,
going to be
orc
two
warcaster.
characters.
That would be cool. An orc
That,
warcaster,
that is our
male and
that is
female,
our guess.
shaman. Yeah.
There's the possibility.
Yeah.
there, there are two orcs, an orc female and an orc male.
Yep. Yeah, because we've gotten female orcs before. I mean, we got a bunch of them. I was realizing, when I first, it's hard to tell. It's the hair, right? It's the orcs, the orc archers. Are they all the same sculpt?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're
And
all
I
male. I'm not sure
Well,
100%.
wait a
Let me
minute,
check.
wait a minute, because I was looking
Because
at one of these the other day and I was like, this is female. You know what? They're different sculpts. My goodness. All this time I've been looking at them.
yes, they're pointing in different
Okay,
direction.
so one of them,
Now they
yep,
pick them up. Yes, I
one of them's
remember.
got the wider hips and the thighs are shaped differently. The chest is different, whereas the other one it's more like bulky. Like if these were pro wrestlers and you put them side by side, you'd be like, okay, there's the woman, there's the guy. Huh. Well, I didn't give him enough credit. It's a good sculpt. I really like it. But there's
No,
two
it's my favorite orc actually. The
orc
archer.
archers.
Yes, I totally forgot they did the female. Yes, but
Yeah,
you see, one point to the left, the other one point to the right.
yeah. So when you're doing archery, is it considered right-handed? I don't know if it's been so long since I've done archery. It's like the arm that you pull the bow back with, is that like if I'm right-handed, I'm
Is
pulling.
the with the right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means the female orc is the right-handed archer and the male orc is the left-handed archer. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Wow. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I've been using these miniatures, but I just haven't. So, do we get one of each? Was there four of them? So probably two of each.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
There's two
I
female.
mean,
There's male.
it's possible. It's possible that we don't need any more of those miniatures. So probably they.
Maybe you don't need
I don't
more.
know.
I need more. Just kidding.
No. What I mean is maybe they
You're right.
decided that we don't need many more, and they because they're cool miniatures. I would like to have more,
Yeah.
but I
Keep it
don't know.
special.
I don't know if they have to fill some boxes for sure, because
Well,
we need archers.
yeah.
Okay, so a skeleton,
Archers are
even
good.
if they put one of each. So one female, one male, one skeleton, one goblin. I think
Where's
there are
my
two
mummy
goblins, no?
archer?
Because
I
one is
want
male and the other one is female.
I want my mummy archer. But I mean, like Doug had talked about with us. I mean, there's other things. They did the bomb throwers and the boomerang goblins. Like, what else could they do? Slings, spear throwers, rock throwers. I don't know.
Uh,
Short bows.
I don't know. Scorpions, throwers.
Yeah, I liked how the arbalist had like a pistol crossbow rather than like a full size. Like you could have different. What if you had guys with guns? Is it time to bring flintlocks or arquebuses or hand
I
cannons?
believe they put the pistol crossbow to make you understand there is a one-handed crossbow.
Yeah, I liked that.
So throughout the game you can use it with a shield for that reason.
Yep. Even though people said, well, no, you need two hands to load it. Even though you can find videos of people showing that you can load it one-handed. It's hard, but it can be done.
Yeah, in the medieval time, or anyway, the people had like exactly a gear attached to the back of the shield to reload the crossbow.
There were setups that allowed you to do that. Well, I
Yeah,
was thinking, well, wouldn't you
yeah.
just
So
have
you could use the
your
shield as a
your
lever
your
to
squire?
actually.
Yeah, your squire
Yeah.
would load it for you. But I guess no, because the knights were using their swords and lances. They weren't necessarily using bows. What the Mongols, they had mounted archers, but those were like horse bows. I don't know. There's different examples from history. You can mix and match. You can make stuff up. It doesn't have to be historically accurate. But yeah, like you say, there were ways to do it where it wasn't like, oh, you have to drop everything just to load your weapon and then slowly aim it with two hands. It could be done. And
Well,
my philosophy is always
loading a crossbow, a
use
real crossbow, you actually need two hands. Okay,
yeah,
if you don't have the lever.
yeah. I've
But if you
seen
have the lever, you can do it with one hand.
yeah. I've never loaded a crossbow. I've never. Well, I guess I've held a crossbow. I've never fired one. But yeah, I mean the modern ones, it's like yeah, it's got a cocking mechanism, but it's like you could like lean it against a wall to do it with one hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you had a shield that was like a tower shield, like planted in the ground or up against a barricade or something,
You just
palisade.
you just need hinges on the inside of the shield, and I don't know what is the technical term, but there's like a rail. Okay, you cock the rail
Mhm.
on the cord of the bow of the crossbow, and then use the crossbow as a lever, and it will cock himself
Okay.
in,
Yeah,
in the lock.
the ones I'm used to seeing, it's like they get this. It's an attachment, and you click it on there, and you pull on it. So like it's attached to your feet,
Ah,
and you're
also,
pulling up,
yeah,
or it's
yeah,
attached to the back of the crossbow, and it's like a bicycle pedal almost with your hands, and you're cranking it, and so
exactly.
you're
Yeah,
cranking it, and then
there- there's
and
different method. Yes,
yeah, different ways.
and normally also more the crossbow is bigger and more is
Mhm.
difficult. So that's why,
The worst one I
yeah,
ever saw, and
any crossbow.
I think it was it Todd's workshop. It was like the assassin crossbow, so it's like on your wrist, but you had to like wind it like a wind up toy, and it took like
Yeah,
10 minutes or something. And it was just like,
took a
okay,
while.
go up and assassinate the guy. But it's like, okay, well, maybe the hero is just winding it while he's walking down the hall. He's winding it, he's winding it. Okay, now it's time to fire. Bam. That's all you need. It's not a rapid fire. Well, that was the other thing, the
Yeah,
repeating crossbow. So it had like a clip. There's like a magazine of bolts
hmm
that you load in there. And you still have to cock it, but you can cock it really quickly and then fire again and cock it and fire it again. And yeah, so there's all kinds of weird stuff out there. They can make it plausible, seem plausible in the game. And my fallback excuse for anything that seems unrealistic is just to say, yeah, but these are heroes. These are exceptional individuals. Maybe they're just that good. Maybe they can cock it and fire it. Maybe Legolas really can, skate down a stone stairway on a shield and hit like three guys on the way down. It's fantasy. Have fun with it.
oh yeah, I agree.
But still, yeah, I get it.
I,
People want a taste of realism, so it's like, okay, fine,
yeah,
go for it.
if you look at those crossbow, the one that just said the multi shot crossbow from
Hmm.
the rules of Warhammer, the one of the Dark Elf, they're like
Yeah,
little, literally
you
the
gave me that exact print.
handguns.
I have three different. So I bought one.
Yes.
I had one printed, and you printed one for me. So I have like a bunch of those guys
hmm
now, and I love that. Yeah, just the imagining.
Yeah,
Yeah, they could fire it almost like a machine gun.
yeah. In the game, they were actually doing that. They were shooting ah,
I think
a
I
lot of
saw
shots.
a guy built one. Of course, he had it mounted. It was like mounted on a palisade, and it was like two hand cranks, and it was almost like a Gatling gun, but instead of firing bullets, it was firing bolts. So you're like cranking it, and it was a lot to load. It was heavy. It was unwieldy, but it was awesome too. So, but I don't know if that was based on any actual design or if he just built it. But I'm pretty sure I thought I saw like there was evidence historically that at least one such device was built. Like somebody built it. Because there was always these inventors,
Yeah.
trying to sell their designs to some king or warlord and say, "Look, this is going to be the latest weapon." And they build it,
Yeah.
or they never used it, or maybe they used it once and it wasn't that great, but somebody built it. Somebody built a sword with a pistol in the handle, and it's like, okay, well, it existed. It wasn't mass produced, but it existed. Maybe one guy used it and won a duel with it. Who knows? Yeah. One leak that I had heard, and I'm just going to close with this because I know we could just kind of keep on going, but I'm getting really, really tired. So thanks for joining me. Um, the leak that I had heard was that we were going to see orcs and goblins with new weapons, and that didn't happen. But that makes me still wonder, okay, could that still be a possibility? And that ties into what we were talking about.
When did you hear that? I never heard of it.
Yeah, so that was during First Light. Or before
Okay.
First Light came out. I was hearing different things. My source was saying, well, there's a possibility it could be all cardboard. There were going to be like orcs and goblins with different weapons. So my source mentioned like them having spears or like swords and shields. But
Well,
never saw it.
I think you should have mentioned it earlier because I would have put it on my chart of
Oh
leaks.
no. I thought I
Uh,
did. I thought I mentioned it. I guess I was very tentative about it because I was like really wasn't sure. Like, is this
because
really?
this is very interesting actually, because it's possible they will go, because you understand, if your leaker, okay, actually had informations that were again out of context. Maybe those miniatures are not out yet. Maybe you are going to say what we seen until now, just First Light, that they had only cardboard. So those orcs, it's possible that they're going to be available um, in Wizard of Mortar.
Could be.
So instead of having new orcs with against the same orcs with bows, they could actually put orcs with other weapons.
Yeah.
I really want. I told you already. I really want a chaos warrior with that two-handed weapon. That they only have the one with the shield and sword.
Or what if there was a guy with an axe in each hand? Little slambo action.
Well, as a mini boss, yes, why
But
not?
they can't call him Slambo. Maybe they'll call
Goblin,
him
a goblin,
Glambo. And he'll have like
the
really
Lambo,
Glambo. So he'll have like really ornate armor, a big fancy cape, kind of like a foppish dandy
Lambo.
Glambo. Yeah.
A little goblin with two gigantic axes. Yes.
Sure, why not? Yeah, it's like he can barely hold it. Yeah.
So yes, it's very possible actually. If you had this
Well,
insight,
it,
I need to write it down.
write it down. It reminds me though. So I can imagine somebody. This is completely out of my imagination. Somebody sitting in a boardroom. They got the guy with the board, the big chart. It's probably computerized now, but he got all the sketches. Like, okay, here's our designs. What do we think of this one? Okay, turn the page. Okay, here's the next design. Or maybe they have the prototype models. Here's this model. Here's this model, and then they vote on the best one they want, and the other one just kind of goes back in the vault. It's like, okay, but they've got it. They could always like dust it off and use it for the next project. So maybe it doesn't go into First Light, but maybe it goes somewhere else. I mean, First Light was very straightforward. I mean, they gave us the new sculpts of the heroes, which were inspired by past designs, but they were technically new. And they gave us a dragon. This was completely new. But all the cardboard was based on the miniatures that existed, and that made sense. There weren't any new. These were supposed to be plastic monsters, so that makes me believe that the designs exist, and they could
Oh
come
yes,
something else.
it fits.
And what if we
Yeah.
combine two theories together and say Stephen Baker has these other quests that he wrote? There's these other monster designs we can see. What if there's HeroQuest Second Light, like in the joke, Second Light, and
I really hope that is the gray box. That is my hope. Okay, I'm not
with the gray
guessing. I'm not.
monsters.
It is what I want. Okay, because it's
Ash is with you.
something I'm waiting
Yeah.
since the beginning, when
Dread Warriors,
they did Keller's Keep,
Dread
they did
Sorcerers.
a Witch Lord, and I
Got
was
your
waiting for
green, got your white
the third box with gargoyles, and
gargoyle.
more. Yeah, more more how it's called, the sorcerer, more chaos warrior. So
Yeah.
what he can do now is giving us a box with the print, with a story, because everything anyway will be connected, because we miss the story of Skolmar.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
everything
I'll
the
say it again.
past.
We don't have to have every gap filled in, but would that be cool? Heck yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
bored
We
by
don't need
I'm
to.
I'm bored by gray figures, but yes, if you show me a Dread Warrior, Chaos Warrior, yes, he should be gray. Show me a Gargoyle, yes, he should be gray. You put them all in a box together, it's a box of gray. I mean, it's kind of boring, but it fits because yes, those characters were gray. That's what we expect them to look like. And if it's a new design, that's really cool because you can just easily pop it into any adventure you want, whether you paint it or not.
But we don't need to fill all the gaps. But if you notice, Baker is exactly what he's doing right now,
He's
filling
trying
these
to.
gaps.
Yeah, he wants to.
So you want to do that. So you say, well, look, I want to finish some of the story that I started.
Yeah.
So yes, I feel that is is his job in this whole this project of
Yeah.
new HeroQuest.
Yeah. I still am amazed that I didn't realize these two orc archers were different. Like looking at it now, it's so obvious, but
Yeah.
as soon as you said that, I look closer and I'm like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I suppose if I had painted the whole set, I would know because as I was, examining it very close up, I'd go, wait a minute, this is different. I just painted this and it's different. It's good though. It's a really good
Yeah.
design. It's cool looking. Yeah, every aspect of the figure is different. The bow is different. The buckler is different. The scabbard is different, or the quiver is different. Armor, pose is different. All right. Well, Bohemius, I'm gonna call it because we've gone a long time. And thanks for joining us on the TheRantCast podcast. So P Dixie, Gold Public, everybody that stopped by Wordicon, Bohemius, Dano, Steve RS, Joe Kozier. Yeah, thanks everybody. So, like I was saying at the beginning, if you watched at the beginning with StrangeBus, we're hoping to do more shows through the month of October. I don't know if we'll be able to I would love to get together with him and do like a game book reading, like a spooky game book reading, like we've done in past years. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if we can't get together, I'd still like to do it, maybe without him, or he would just be here and we would just be reading the book or something, something along those lines. If I have to do it on HeroQuest fans, we'll do that. But yeah, we're back to our regular streams this Friday and Saturday. I'll let you know if anything changes, but that's the outlook. But of course, yeah, if there's any news coming out of those new conventions, we'll burst forth on the scene and cover it as quickly as we can. So, all right, we'll see who we can raid next. And thanks, Bohemyus, for your commentary there.